and also working with SGR, continuing that for very specific things. So really appreciate you taking time on a Saturday. Know how busy that all of you are with your own work lives, managing family lives. So to take the precious time that you have on weekends to this really means a lot. Real quick, I'm going to pass it over to Mayor Rosner, and then we'll begin the process, and I'll help out with that. So thank you, Mayor.
Jeff, did we get the little sticky dots with Kate?
Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah.
Appreciate it. I just don't. He hates the sticky.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Welcome, everyone. I'll keep this very brief. It's our annual visioning session. We've all done this a lot. I appreciate staff coming out on a Saturday. I will take the blame for that. But I'm looking forward to this session. It's the same group of characters that we've been doing this for a lot of years now. So I think we're all comfortable with the process. And Jeff, appreciate you being here to lead us on all this. Ken, thank you. But one just a little housekeeping item. It is that time of year we do liaison assignments. So for our council members here, if you're happy with where you're at, you don't need to reach out to me. If you want to switch or you have a different idea about what you'd like to do, talk to them, whatever other council has that, work it out, get back to me, and we will get something in front of council to do those assignments. So hopefully that will be an easy peasy process.
Thank you, everyone. So you should have a copy, I believe, of the what we'll call proposed agenda, but it's a little late to change it now. So before I go through that, if you don't mind, for my assistance, and also it's good to acknowledge those that have made it, maybe a quick introduction of everyone why you're here specifically. So if you are with staff, just your name and the department that you're in, and then we'll just quickly go through. And you are Craig Phil, city manager for Sherwood. Thank you.
Kristen Schweitzer, assistant city manager.
Sarah Lopez, communications and engagement coordinator.
Eric Rutledge, community development director.
Eric Adair, economic development manager. Dan Stankey, city council.
David Bodway, finance director.
Heather Giles, city council.
Brown, city council.
Tim Mayor.
Keith council.
Kim Young, city council president.
Meg Scott, city council.
Lydia McAvoy, HR director.
So Sattler, public works director.
And Brian Crawford, city director. Brian.
And if I may, just introduce yourselves real quick for the back. Nice to see you.
I'm Dave Murray. I'm with the Chamber of Commerce.
I do.
Jim Craig, Parks and Rec. It's Waters, the city engineer.
Hello.
City Murphy, city reporter.
And the police chief. Thank you, chief. Appreciate you all coming. Excited to have you. So a little bit about how the agenda is going to go. I'll have some opening comments, and then we will. I'll be passing on to Craig, who can talk a little bit about the state of the organization, some reflections, any kind of trends, and also a little bit more. Then Craig wanted to talk a little bit more about how do we message what we are doing and how we go about. I think an important conversation is to remember that there's no one that better to tells the story of Sherwood than you all. And so I think it's a good time for Craig to kind of talk about what is the best way to go about that. From there, I was going to ask the council something. We'll kind of just get it as a feel. I think we all agree we don't necessarily want to do icebreakers, but what I do think is important is an opportunity for you to just ask real quickly, answer one of the things, what are you excited about for Sherwood in the next 1 to 3 years? Or it could be what's keeping you up at night here in Sherwood. What do you consider as a high priority that we need to have? I think we're going to be going through a strategic plan process where I really anticipate that we'll be able to address what really are some of these, but I think it is important for folks to make sure they know what is it that is really on your mind right now. From there, the vast majority of our time we'll be talking about the goals and deliverables, and then we should have some time with that. Just a couple quick observations that I wanted to give. Another thank you. And this time it is kind of a reminder, we're embracing public service. And why I bring that up, I think that is important for why we are specifically here today, because public service is a unique animal. I had a colleague of mine that once said something along the lines of, you can't do everything, but you can do something. And that's it. You have to have a different mindset when you're in public service, because it's such strong emotions in a lot of the decisions that are made. In addition, it's hard for us to necessarily watch when you have moving targets on what is the priorities or importance or what are the other influences. And that's another thing about our world that we live in, which is there's so much that is out of our control, that we have a lot of constraints. The reason I'm bringing this up is what happens when you have that kind of environment is you recognize public policy making, which is what we are essentially working on today, is complex. It's complex because in every single decision that you have to make, one has to look as a staff at, okay, do I have the resources to make this happen? Do I have the capacity? Do I know all of the options? How am I going to tee those up? And then you have to get to your elected body that is specifically looking at, okay, I've got competing values and priorities here. My constituents are wanting this. I'm feeling this way. In addition, you have to kind of weigh where is this compared to other priorities you have. So you have a whole nother myriad of different issues that specifically come up. Why I bring all of that up is because of that, so much of our time, 98% of our time working in city government is chewing on these things. And that means oftentimes we're just in the weeds because we're at budget sessions or workshops or agenda-sized items talking about a complex issue and dealing with all of those factors that I just had talked about. But what you don't have is that time to take a step back and reflect. How are things going? Are we really moving the needle? Is this really relating to the big picture? And is the big picture got to change because there's different circumstances and it's a different time, or we accomplished what we wanted? Now we got to think about that next step. That's what we want to talk about a little bit here today. So the way that we will frame this to kind of assist you with that is going to be, let's talk through 5 pillars. You have a great setup here on your strategic framework. And so what we'll do is just that. We'll look at the pillars that you all have identified. These are the things that will really help us to define success. But from that, you then identify goals. Well, these are the broader pieces. This is what we're going to be attempting to do. And then your staff worked on deliverables. What are the deliverables to really try to achieve those specific goals? It's a great structure. One thing, however, you're going to want to do is, okay, now that we've done that and we've seen that there's progress or that there's going to be impediments or whatever that answer is, what are the outcomes? Are they moving the needle on the bigger picture? Is this still the way that we want to go? Is there any kind of pivots or changes? And that's the kind of mindset that I'm hoping that we all have today. But that's all right. The idea here is that we make this strategic planning exercise. If they're done right, they can be helpful. But what that means is, and I've heard from very much of you, we've got to make sure that we are doing this correctly. So I talked with a number of you, city councilors. What I heard back from you was, we've got a great structure. Let's make sure that we keep to that. We don't need to be way up at 30,000 feet. We don't need to be way down in there. Let's have a thoughtful conversation that we can kind of go through. I also heard from the mayor a great point about make sure today is a forum for all of you. So a forum for the councilors to speak about what is the passion items that you specifically have and make sure that we have that opportunity. And for staff to recognize this is a place that you want to have a more open conversation. You're the subject matter experts that oftentimes, because we're in such formal settings, don't have a chance to be able to reflect and comment a little more openly to your council. And so that's really what we'll see will be successful. And what that means for me is we want you to have that openness, but then it'll be my job to kind of be someone to kind of be the traffic cop to make sure that we are continuing to go through, that we're honoring the time commitments and going through. So I'll probably be facilitating in that way, but really looking for you to all shed a lot of helpful information. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Craig to go through those comments.
Yes, sir. Could I just have that was a great introduction to what we're here to do today. It was interesting because last night I was talking to one of my neighbors and I told them we have the session today and they go, well, there's this person that parks too close to the stop sign. Could you guys make sure you talk about that? And I'm like, I explained to them this is a visioning session and but I thought for people listening, it's worthwhile for them to hear. This is not about tactical. This is about strategic, and you guys have heard me say this a lot. We have a great community today because of great leaders, great city staff and planners 20 and 30 years ago. So my vision is like, where are we going? How are we setting the stage? What do we want this community to look like? when I'm 80 years old and my kids are taken care of, right? So, but just for the folks listening, I just thought that was an important point to get out. This isn't about what are we going to do tomorrow, right?
Well said. Thank you, Mel.
I think everybody knows where we're at today, and last year I've said a lot of stuff out on it, so I just want to hit a couple bullets. Over the last year, we've made progress on several as adopted goals while managing the budget limits that we were constrained to, and actually unexpected challenges that arose. Some projects moved forward as planned, and some needed us to pause and adjust, each giving us lessons for this next year. Current city goals are tied directly to the 25-27 budget. Any new goals or deliverables could require either finding new funding source or adjusting current priorities to reallocate resources. Just a reflection, I would hope today we can progress towards city goals, areas where staff face constraints, and they can talk a little bit more about the goals that they've worked on. Let's see, using lessons learned to improve for this next year. It's also important to recognize where council's guidance drove results. I think that really helped a lot of this. Just like the other night, I'm not certain, like when we were talking about the public safety levy, looking back, we were more focused on existing because that's what we heard from you guys last summer when we brought something. And then there was a kind of a left turn that was like, what do we need? Well, we know what we need, and we're happy to provide that information before we start having a conversation. But we were focused, we're all aligned there. Let's see, staff, I always give the staff recognition, despite the challenges this last year. We might not have been Johnny on the spot on a lot of things, but I think we adapted, right? We're not phone calls in court, phone calls in billing, code compliance, signs. It's human. We're going to make mistakes. We're not going to be out there all the time doing this stuff. Those are key positions we cut out of the budget. So in some areas, the team was stretched very thin and while taking on additional responsibility, and that's what everybody did, stepped up their plate. Flexibility and commitment made it possible to advance these goals, day-to-day operations and efforts. That effort deserves credit. Future trends, I break it down in 4 categories. Growing complexity, which I'm talking about rising expectations, limited staff. We don't have money to go out and hire this staff. Reinforce the need for clear priorities and achievable timelines. We can't just have something that we're not able to achieve. Growth and change, ongoing development, infrastructure needs, and regional pressure. We're going to hear that from TriMet here in a couple of weeks, where it's a bus route in town. Financial sustainability, cost increases or uncertainty in funding, and focus on maintaining and improving existing services and assets. And the last one is relationships. Success depends on strong partnerships among elected staff, residents, and regional partners. And one last thing I want to talk about is communication and engagement. It's been a big conversation in the last, 4 or 5 years, but in the last 2 years, I've been involved. We created Sarah's position to be able to help us get there. So today, when we get to that in the goals, I really want to focus on what the problem is and what are we trying to accomplish, because it's big. But we have 2 options that we've talked about internally. One option is a phased approach that begins with targeted improvements, aligning communication tools and templates across all departments, surveying residents and communication. And I want to talk about a little bit of using AI for call systems. We average about 5,000 to 6,000, 5,000 to 5,500 calls a month. We can do that and maybe use some AI to drop that down to about 60% instead of 40%, which would be a savings.
You need to explain what that means when we get there, like.
I will, but it's a lot of time spent on the phone, just answering the phones, and that's not people at their desks. These are just kind of building the court system and what we can do there to save some money and be more efficient. Another option, which is reasonable, another option is to go through a 7 to 9 month process, stakeholder engagement, community engagement, workshops, deliverables such as a new logo, signage, communication, materials, and marketing. I think we got to weigh that with where we're at today financially too. I think it sounds great, but we also got to bring it together. So looking forward to that discussion. I think clear guidelines and expectations on that would be great for the council. So we can start moving forward and have Sarah in position to do. As well as staff looks forward to your feedback throughout the day. So any questions, please feel free to ask. Staff's here to dive deeper into the goals that they worked on. So to get your answers. So awesome. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. I do so well. Okay, so a couple things I'm gonna be kind of bring up. I had the good fortune to be able to talk to a number of you in advance about what were some of the things that you were seeing in Sherwood. And I thought that was important to kind of bring up before I kind of allow you to have the form of it. Some of the areas that I absolutely heard, and you tell me if this is consistent, and I heard some of it just a second ago from Craig. With regard to discussions of public safety and police and making sure that you have the ability to sustain the amazing level of service that you have well into the future. But to do that means that you have to make sure that you're meshing those service needs with your funding realities. And so starting to have a conversation about that, while this is a strategic session, it's a great time to figure out what will be the decision-making process for that. And so maybe that's some of the conversation that we can have is how we're going to approach that specific issue. With regard to transportation, really helpful to hear the conversations, which we just heard again about assessing the contributions on regional routes and what are some of the other options that are available to all of you, and whether that looks at local and micro transit operations, whether it's circulator shuttles, interlocal cooperations and partnerships with others, would be good conversations for us to have today. Obviously, within economic development, as we had talked about, it's a multi-pronged effort when we look at economic development, right? It is first and foremost to look at our local businesses to make sure that they are indeed thriving, looking at key areas such as your downtown and making sure that you have the game plan in there, and talking about, like in areas of downtown, what is how do we see what the progress is? What are examples that we have? I thought were really good observations that you all have given me. And then, of course, looking to target targeted industries that would help us out in such areas as Sherwood West. And then, of course, within areas like Sherwood West, then what would be the housing composite that we would want or can have there? What is the right mix? And how does that relate to much larger, broader issues that come into play? What can we do as a community to kind of make decisions and help decisions on that? Other areas such as traffic safety, of course, with the passing in 2023 of House Bill 3055, you have a little more flexibility on what you can look at as far as your traffic safety issues. And then, as Craig had just mentioned, what a great time to talk specifically about public communication, public engagement, public narrative. And I think that would be really good to get your perspectives and staff's perspective of how do we approach this, because it can't be everything. And so I thought that was a great point, Craig, to kind of bring up what is it that is most important to you elected officials on that. Now I'm going to pick on you all and just kind of ask you. So, and if you want, I can just probe it, or we can go one person at a time, but I'll pick on you first, Mayor. If I were to ask you what you're most excited about next 1 to 3 years, or what keeps you up at night, or what is a priority, anything that comes to mind?
Well, that's a good question. Well, the excitement stuff, we're in problem solving mode a lot, right? You know, so I'll start there. You know, we have a challenge with TriMet, you know, reducing service in our city, but reducing service that wasn't effective in the first place. So we basically, I've been using the term, we have a transit desert here in Sherwood, even though we pay as a community and as employers a lot of money in the transit system that's supposed to be serving us. So I think that's a major challenge with TriMet cuts that we're going to have to deal with moving forward. I think also we put together a wonderful concept plan for Sherwood West that we worked really hard with our community to get alignment. And if you think about it, it was amazing. Did we have anyone show up to comment during our work sessions as far as the community? We had very, very few people that were upset coming and saying, this is a horrible plan. Don't ask Metro to expand their urban growth boundary. And compared to some of the other efforts in the region, which had a completely opposite result. I was really proud of the staff, its council, and our community for putting that together. So that's exciting. we have a lot of preemption coming from Salem that's gonna make it very difficult for us to deliver on the commitment we made to the community of what we think Sherwood West will look like. So those keep me up at night in terms of how are we gonna do that, so.
Got it.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Anything else that comes to mind from all of you? What is it that comes, what's present?
I live in the financial world in my day world, so our budget keeps me up awake and I mean, laying off people is never a good feeling. Difficult decisions that had to be made and then continuing to have the funds to keep up with two of the highest priorities that the city should have is our infrastructure and public safety. And making sure that those funds are funded and can deliver what our citizens need. So we have a lot of, and we've done a great job at that so far. And we have a lot of amenities that our city loves. And how do we keep up with the basic needs that I think are the responsibility of the city and still providing the niceties that we also have in our city.
Great point. Yeah, the balance that goes in, sir. Yeah.
This double, to kind of expand on that, I think if we look at what as a council, our priority, one of our top priorities should be for this year is figuring out those questions. How do we, whether it's a levy or not, or a fee or some other mechanism, how do we figure out how to balance or not balance the budget, but get more revenue to support all these needs and wants the community has over the future? So I think we really got to work on that this year.
And I absolutely want to hear more. I know that we will absolutely look to talk about what is some of the game plan. One word, fundraising, but just kidding. What else? They can sort
Are you looking like bake sale? What are
yeah,
we?
exactly. I hear they do really. Anything else?
I just add,
Sir,
you're absolutely right about the revenue side, and Craig brought it up kind of on a point solution with the call handling and AI. We can't just talk about revenue raising, which is important. We also have to talk about how are we optimizing the funds that we have today, because that's how you build trust with the community. So,
yeah, well said. Our conversations and why it's so good that you have your staff here as well to kind of think through about how that might go or what the implications are. Yes,
I want
Councilman.
to add a little bit to that because I do think that that's true. But I also don't want to imply that it's not optimized. I think the city staff runs very efficiently in general. I think the work at the direction we've given since I've been on council, I think the staff has made some amount of optimizations over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Is that work ever done? No. I mean, there's always more optimization and new technologies that can help with that, but I don't.
that's what I was.
I want to leave it out that it's like, we're not a wasteful city, like we run extremely efficiently.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification, because I didn't want to imply that we're not, but there are also, to your point, a lot of emergent technologies that can help even increase efficiency even more. That's where I was going.
I totally agree. Yep.
Thank you for that. Such a great point is one needs to recognize in local government for real, we are restricted and appropriately so for the types of revenues that we can be collecting and working with that. And sometimes it doesn't really appreciate the same level of efficient funds that do. And so structural issues like that, you've already been creative and thoughtful and had to make sacrifices. Unfortunately, the problem doesn't just go away. So yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Anything else that comes to mind?
Yeah.
Sir, please.
For me, the finances would be the thing that keep me up at night as well. And we have done plenty of conversations about the budget side of it. And so I've been looking at it from the other side and utilizing the resources that we already have that maybe are underutilized. Talking with the boards after our last kind of end of year session, hearing what all the boards are doing, and then talking with the boards that I liaison to, there seems to be like a lack of direction from council, or maybe not as clear. So maybe revisiting that for the different boards. So we have these volunteer residents from our city that want to be doing something for the city, and we need to empower them. And so like that's for me, an underutilized resource. And then another thing, with the TSP performance measure discussion we had a couple weeks ago, this would be a great opportunity to kind of tie that in with redoing our trail mapping for Sherwood. We have a PDF right now, it's standalone, and using what I'm hearing, the GIS to really identify the paths, we can really make connectable Sherwood to these major places. People can use these off-street paths to connect with safety, livability, all these things we can tie into our goals. But like partnering up these things that we want to do with stuff that's already going on, I feel like could be a good use of our funds.
Wonderful comments, looking carefully at the thoughtful use of technology that is available to us and seeing what is really going to be value added in that, while at the same time also making sure as another element of public engagement that we incorporate the feedback that we get from the boards that you all lay us on. So wonderful. By the way, we will be writing these down. I kind of want to just get your general thoughts. This will help to make sure that when we go through the pillars that we all have that, and I'll work maybe with Kirsten, we can talk, make sure that we get this.
We might want to find someone else.
You got it. We need someone with handwriting staff. Anything else? Mr. Joe?
So, the branding is still an issue for me, and I'm glad we're gonna be talking about that. In reality, the thing that keeps me up at night is as my children get older, I look at where they are making decisions to settle, and their housing is not affordable in our area. And just, for people with college degrees and jobs and stuff like that. And so I look at that and I go, well, the young families are not going to be able to get housing here. And we're having this fight now with Salem, and part of me is thinking, well, if we had a plan for how we're going to get some housing that's more affordable in Sherwood West, would we be having a fight? So part of me is trying to struggle with that and saying, it would be nicer if my grandkids were closer to me, and frankly, that's a selfish reason, but then also we've got these beautiful new schools and we've got all this infrastructure, and I want it to be enjoyed by people who live here. I don't want it to be okay, well, we're going to come in from other communities and enjoy the schools and the parks and everything, and then we're going home to I want it to be for people that live here, right? And so that's part of what and then I've, of course, both the transit in both what the mayor said and what Dan just said about connecting the trails, and it does feel like the trails are one of the things that I always hear about what people love about Sherwood. So, making that more of the selling point and part of the branding of the city and part of the thing that's going to go a long way in helping the system. So anyway.
Yeah, I'm glad you heard that.
Hello. Coming in today, I've been very mindful that we have a 2-year budget that's already been set. We've got these goals that have been already been set. So being mindful that we're not tacking extra projects and onto the staff. And if we add something, taking away something, being mindful of all that. But I would say a yes and to what's already been shared. I think another area I would go along with what Taylor was saying is housing. We talk a lot about middle housing, workforce housing. Case in point, over the holidays, I had an opportunity to serve through another organization, 2 families who lost their homes here in Sherwood and are living outside the community and commuting to Sherwood schools because of affordability. So as we talk about affordability, going deeper than workforce or middle housing, I also learned through the senior advisory committee, we have a number of seniors who are unhoused and living in their vehicles. If they're lucky enough to have a big vehicle, and then hiding in areas on the streets in our community. It's very well hidden, but it exists. So again, not that we have a lot of control over true affordable housing, but I think I would like to see us have deeper conversations about what that looks like, specifically as we engage with Sherwood West.
Thank you. Very level. Absolutely. Make sure that we have that conversation. We started that today. So.
3 years from now, I hope we have gone through all our processes and have things happening in Sherwood West, which reflect our desire to have a range of housing options for our community, jobs, expanded jobs, opportunities in Sherwood West. I hope we are mostly done building out Sherwood broadband. I hope we're fortunate to mostly have our industrial lands inside of Sherwood West, built out and producing jobs for our community, and tax revenue. I hope we will have presented choices to our community to make a decision about how we want our community to operate. And do it in a timely fashion to be able to decide, are we gonna kind of maintain the status quo of level of service? Are we gonna make cuts? Or are we gonna restore some services? And that those monies, when we, based on the timely feedback from the community by asking them the question, then as we're in a position to then respond in a smooth way, whatever that direction is. Certainly we do have. Yeah, what's going to keep me up at night literally is the revenue piece and the variety of options we have. It might not be just a single, as other counselors, the mayor commented, you know, are there any, we are an incredibly efficient community. We stay with our core. We do not do things that some other communities do that, you know, we stay with our core services, so we do a very good job, and we are incredibly. And there's always a potential more opportunities there. Yeah, the financial piece is top of mind for me today.
I hear you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm just, as I was listening to everybody, I have a yes and another and.
This is the place to do that.
Yeah, and I love that expression. Thank you for the finance stuff is really important. And it's something we're going to be dealing with for a while, but I also want to encourage everyone. We still need to be bold and ambitious and think about, you know, what we want this to achieve in this community, because we've proven over and over again, like we built a $29 million bridge without having to go to our community and ask for money. Right. There's, when we set those goals out there, even in the light of our current financial systems, we have just an amazing ability to figure out how to make it happen, find the funding, work with our regional partners or federal partners or state level partners. So in the midst of all this, the financial challenges that we have, just a reminder not to lose sight of, I want those ambitious goals. You know, I want to figure out how Sherwood can continue to frankly beat our region in terms of economic growth and how we think about things and innovation and all those types of things. So I'll just leave it at that.
It's a great conversation, and this is why you're going to be able to achieve these things. Is working together on this, keeping your eyeball, being courageous enough to have these conversations. And that also gets to you is we want to make sure those of you on staff that are aware of this and know of some of these kind of help bring those pieces out as well as we can as well. Obviously, not everything is going to be resolved today, but we will figure out a path to get a sense of priority so that you all, staff, have a sense of where your resources need to be applied to make this happen. So real quick, so just how we would go through on the logistics, if this makes sense to you, Craig and Tony, I thought what we would do is, so for the flyer that we have that shows, excuse me, we'll go to the Sherwood goals. So you see this one that has the goals, and then we have the small font on here. If you don't mind, I think this is going to be a good basis for us to walk through the conversations. For those that can't read it, don't worry, we're going to be able to cover you. I'm going to speak to a couple of these major items. From there, what we'll do is I'll tee up what we have for the pillars and some of the goals as an observation. From there, Craig, what I'll do is then it'll allow you to have staff to speak to something that you have as a handout. Here's some of the deliverables that you had worked on the year for those specific pillars. And then what I'll do from there is get some reflections on what you think. Are we moving in the right direction? Do we need to change those? Did this define success for us? And then we move to the next one. The whole idea, what I want to do is make sure that we get you through on time, because I am very thoughtful of your time on a Saturday, but making sure that we have a path for how we're addressing these and that your staff has a sense of what is most important to you. So that's the way I was going to try and do it, unless anyone has heartburn with that. So let me throw down some of these. And is there someone that might be able to help me write some stuff? I can try and do it too, but I want to make sure I'm actively listening. None of these here are not. I'll use those, no problem. Got it. Yeah, I won't speak to those. So, thank you. All right.
Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your
Just step up.
winter duties.
You know, maybe we'll tap you out and throw somebody else in. So, yeah.
We're all gonna remember the first one is always the most difficult to get through, but we'll give this a try and see what we do. The first one we had and where we want to have some of our conversation is on economic development. So when we all had talked, I know, and it's a lot, again, can't read, it's okay, I'm gonna walk you through it. Generally, I'm using this as a tee up. And then what we'll have is I'm gonna allow for staff to speak a bit about what they've done for observations, and then I'll just kind of make sure we're on the right path. So for economic development, what you all identified first is we need to make sure that we have diverse growth opportunities. That we've heard that again today, both as Sherwood West grows and then as our existing businesses, that they definitely see a path towards opportunities going forward and vibrancy going forward. And that means supporting new commercial industrial development in the targeted employment areas. So we'll want to make sure that we have ideas of how we're going to go from that. So I would love to hear perspectives on it. Balancing Sherwood's tax base, that's going to be important for a number of reasons. It hits us from a fiscal side, but also keeps you safer and more vibrant and diverse. When you have the diverse tax base, then you're going to be least vulnerable to if there's a downturn in the economy. Bringing jobs that provide wages to allow people to live and work in Sherwood, that's exactly right. If you have a homegrown industry or access to jobs within the area, you want to make sure that that you have the wages there that are appropriate for going to that. Kind of what we call leakage to other communities is something we want to avoid. And then continue the revitalization of Old Town by exploring some of the tools that are going to that. So if I may, I'll pass it over some quick updates on
Yes.
And then again, you can refer to the document that was given here if that would help you as a guide staff.
You want me to start or?
Sure.
Okay, well, thank you for being here and giving me such detailed direction for the last year. I thought it was very useful. We made some good strides in economic development this year. I'll just start with, so I have it ordered a little differently, but I'm just gonna go by the one I have on this sheet, on the blue one. Because it's kind of worded that way and I can keep track of my details. Improving, so Eric, I may talk about this one with you, is the first one is promoting strong economic growth opportunities, and under that deliverable is improving economic development code to promote stronger economic development. We had code suggestions that were added to the Old Town strategic plan to promote vitality and economic growth in Old Town. That action plan is likely to be approved by council next month. Outside of Old Town, code updates will be reviewed. I think we're going to be reviewing that in a little more detail in 2026. But our consultants and the planning commission, what was presented to planning commission with the Old Town strategic action plan does have a series of advice and suggestions for improving the development code for future investment in Old Town revitalization. So Eric, I don't know if you want to touch a little further on the code stuff.
Outside of Old Town, I think there's a few things we can target for 26 if you guys are interested in it in process. So really big picture, I think our code is a strong code, talking employment area, our industrial land, commercial, like things are working, right? We're getting the speculative investment. The businesses, we really haven't had a problem attracting, the manufacturing, et cetera. So in terms of uses, I don't know that there's a whole lot to expand on in terms of like code improvements. I think the area would be process, like can we fast track the preferred industries, that type of thing. So that's what I would recommend if you want to target something in 26 and actually take on that goal in a meaningful way. I would say process for target industries is really what I would.
And we do talk about that in one of the later goals as well for expedited review process and so forth.
And I know, I mean, this is development code, but I think that can translate into building permit. Like if we, for example, a resolution, if that's needed, an appropriate resolution that says if you're a target industry, manufacturing, high tech, whatever, we will process your building permits first, for example, and that gives us the cover to actually have the building official work on that and process those things within, 4 to 6 weeks, as opposed to other cities that take 4 to 6 months.
That's a huge issue.
I'm still thinking 75 days then, is that what you're thinking on that?
We could, yeah, I mean, I think we need to get through it. We need to talk with the planning department, talk with the building official, figure out what reasonable timeframes are.
That also leads over to the housing that's more affordable thing. I know there's some cities in our area that will get builders that donate land in exchange for getting their stuff fast tracked for the development or different stuff. And that land is used then for, which is the biggest cost on the housing, is used then to build affordable houses or housing that's more affordable or something like that. So that's both an industrial, but I think that, and I think I heard you say this, but are we going to, as a council, get a list of, hey, these are the businesses that we think we should be targeting, and we can have a discussion on that?
Yeah, we'll have that break interaction on that.
Okay, but I do remember having that discussion. So what exactly are you saying?
It would be in terms of
Plan of how to do that?
once those businesses come, we have the list. Once, and I can share it again. Once those businesses come to us, it's setting up a program, basically an internal program.
Okay.
That allows us to fast track those through the permitting process.
Okay.
It's a refinement on our red carpet program.
Yes, and I'd say a little bit more formal, because we already do that. So like Eric and I, as an example, big manufacturer, 80,000 square feet, they were looking at Sherwood Commerce Center. I went red carpet, rolled it out, talked to the building official. We've already told them, 4 to 6 weeks for building permits, no land use review. Like, we already do that, but I think it would be, if we can give them sort of the resolution from you guys that says, hey, look, you are on this list, you're a target industry, we will fast track you. That's an economic development tool instead of, because what they ask us for.
Promise versus trust me.
And yes, what they ask us for is money, right? That meeting that we had a few weeks ago, they're like, what what incentives do you have financial? And we're like, we got Business Oregon, and we'll throw what we can at them, but really we're fast and we're flexible. But if we have a piece of paper that says, hey, look, here's your industry, and it's gonna be 4 to 6 weeks, that
Time costs the money.
it just goes a little bit further.
And just as a point of clarification, we're talking about specific business industries, not a specific business.
Thank you for clarifying.
Categories, yeah.
And then on the Old Town, sorry.
Yeah, so, for this year too, just kind of an awareness thing, there's, Senator McLean has a Oregon Jobs Act bill. It's gonna go through the short session year. And one of the things they're trying to do is, create a big pool of money for, R&D tax credits. So we should watch that closely, and if there's things we need to do to tune our processes to take advantage of that for organizations that want to move here, we should do that too, because that's great, because that comes out of income taxes, not out of property taxes, right? And that would be an additional tool as we're competing for outside businesses coming into the state. So
Thank you.
I just go on the Old Town plan, and I unfortunately don't get to see the final until next Tuesday, but do we have metrics in there that say whether or not it's successful, right? I mean, that's the only thing I don't see on this is like, we're adopting it or we're saying it, but then in a year's time or 2 years' time, I want to know if it's successful or not, and how are we measuring that?
Yeah, there's a chapter in the draft plan that are measurables for success.
Perfect, thanks.
One real quick thing, just kind of I noticed it, probably the best thing then is maybe use this blue document. I'll kind of summarize the one as I tee you up. I think it's gonna be easier to read. It sounds like staff's going through it. It might be just easier flow for you. So as we go through it, that makes sense. Okay, real quick for me as an outsider, as far as your targeted industries, that is something you all know, anything that you can specifically help me with, which ones they are, what kind of. It's advanced manufacturing,
Robotics,
R&D,
aerospace, defense, semiconductor.
have identified space for, have a sense of the viability of it. Do you have a cluster concepts that come in? Do you feel like that some of that industry is already within the region?
We have semiconductors and we have 3 semiconductor company that serves it right
Yeah,
now.
semiconductor.
Yeah, so that's kind of our target, like for the highest paying jobs.
Just real quick, that R&D tax credit bill has a list of qualifying industries as well. It's generally around advanced manufacturing, which I think aligns with us, but we should look at that as well.
Yeah.
What trade zone status here?
We do have that in our state. Port of Portland manages the foreign trade zones. I haven't looked at it specifically. There are a couple of businesses I believe who have it, like Lamb Research has their own foreign trade zone, I believe. I haven't looked at it for other businesses.
Sometimes it's a nice little kind of sweetener again that you might.
Yep, I can look at that again.
Thank you. Anything else that seemed like it's the right path for access to the high quality jobs for Sherwood residents, sustainable industries, obviously would be good partners and neighbors in the area. It seems like it's a great approach. And you like the idea where it's at. I think one thing, a great point that Councilor Giles brings up, which is those measurables in Old Town. So is it something that's literally figuratively concrete that you can see in the area that shows progress in that revitalization is probably something that will be very important. If that makes sense. Anything else on that? Any other observations from an economic development perspective that we want to be aware of? As far as the tax base, kind of have a sense of that and the impacts that might have, because obviously as you look at your property tax, you want to make sure that you've got a good diverse mix there. Okay.
It's a pretty good machine. Things are busy. We're fortunate, a good team.
Nicely done.
We're very lucky to have 2 million square feet of flex industrial space available that's just been built and the economy's kind of down, but hope to get it built.
Only their way, we say we want to bring these to Sherwood so that people can live and work in Sherwood. Their only way to guarantee they hired Sherwood people.
I think it's more the idea that the people they hire can move.
Yeah, that is true as well. Yeah.
Anything in regard to, oftentimes you see within economic development, and we get back and we're going to be talking a bit more about messaging, communication, but branding. Is there something that you're needing or wanting to do as far as the Sherwood brand that you market to these preferred industries? Anything that comes to mind there? I'm sorry to put you all on the spot, but for business.
Sherwood broadband, the
Yes.
that Sherwood broadband can
Great.
service the businesses, save them money and.
Probably make sure that you're competitive.
Sounds like we're doing that pretty well.
Wonderful. That's our next goal. We'll talk about Sherwood broadband, actually.
Oh, nice.
Segue.
Right, we're looking at the structure. So if I may, we'll go a bit into infrastructure next. Then, so what you had identified in the past, so building key pedestrian connectors, obviously are something that we want to be aware of, supporting major intersection improvements. Some huge accomplishments that you've done in those areas that we talked about. Then we get to continuing to invest in Sherwood broadband utility is an important aspect. And talking through, obviously, you've got working at completing the broadband fiber to the home build out area, and then looking at other opportunities to really make sure that your residents and businesses tap into that. You also identified continuing steps to build a new public works facility. Again, if you're going to be able to provide all of these specific services, if we're going to maintain the level of service that we have as a city, then we have to make sure that we have the ability to support all of that. And so I understand the importance of a public works facility, the challenges, the cost to that. And then we'll talk again about master plans. We'll absolutely go through. There's a couple questions, Councilor Giles, and then.
Where are we? I'm just wondering where we are.
I went to pillar 2, but if we want to go.
Oh, that's fine.
There's several, I don't know.
Yeah, we missed a bunch of little ones.
Let's go to economic, yeah, this is what I was worried about is how to.
I think we should just work off of this document.
It's
I
done.
think it's,
This is basically the new this.
Yeah.
We've taken all this information.
All right, we're gonna need the new group, so I think let's go.
We're just showing what was adopted.
Where would you like to start? We'll start that through and I'll get you through from that. So the governors, do you want to go?
We can go self-deliverable. I mean, I just have there's a couple more as
Of course.
for development. I don't know.
That'd be great. Yeah,
I
go
think
for
the
it.
council probably wants to hear about.
Yeah.
Okay. Brad and I could briefly, just under a minute, talk about Sherwood broadband. We meet regularly. We talk about new companies coming in. I refer companies to Sherwood Broadband. A lot of companies I've talked to have switched over, but Brad, if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we do regularly and always chasing new business coming in. Sometimes they even come to me first saying, we're gonna be buying this building and broadband there, and then I'll go to Eric and say, hey, somebody's trying to buy this building. So it kind of work both ways, very helpful panel for us to.
I didn't have originally for the first few months, so that was great.
I guess the only thing that's, been produced jobs, but obviously data centers is a direct tie to broadband, so throw that one out there that's one easy one, but it comes with some gotchas too.
At the risk of starting opening a big can of worms, how about this? Would you like us to bring a work session to you about data centers? That's the one use that we could, in terms of code updates, improvements that we could bring us. The code right now is silent on it, and I think because of that, we would say not allowed. It's really their policy direct.
Have you gotten any inquiries?
Yeah, we get inquiries, yeah. We're getting inquiries in the deployment area for the central. There's a few 10-acre lot in the middle, kind of off by St. Drive. We've got a few requests in there.
I'd be open to hearing pros and cons.
I mean, it's up to you. I mean, basically, do you want us to bring it to you as a policy decision
Just as on the face of it, the challenge I have with data centers is it does bring in a lot of property tax revenue, which is federal assets in those buildings that roll over a lot. However, it doesn't bring a lot of jobs. But and obviously there's some environmental concerns. But I think what you just mentioned is really interesting that maybe we should talk about. Are there very specific areas that will be hard to develop otherwise that we potentially could allow it? Otherwise, it's just going to sit there and never get done. That might be worth the conversation.
It's worth the conversation.
Yeah,
Then you'll know where council's at on it.
Sure.
Great light introduction to you guys then in 26. I think like just right off the top, really quickly, you can put a size limitation on these, right? So you're not blowing it out. You could say max 50,000 square feet, X kilowatts. If they go above that, conditional use and XYZ, like, you guys are in the driver's seat in terms of how you set this up.
And even limited to very, like, almost by lot, very specific.
Sure. If you wanted to, you could do a data center overlay. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm open to the conversation.
Can you tie that to our budget concerns and just, I mean, there's a price where it's no longer economical for them to come in, and just under that, it funds public safety. Right? You know what I mean? Like there's some dollar amount where we say, but can you do that? Or
Conversation, yeah.
I think we can learn a lot from some of the data centers that went into Eastern Oregon. Thought it was good. I see it. So I think to your point, I think there's an opportunity there. We just need to be really careful.
Okay, all right, we're talking.
Conversation. Okay, so making sure, I think we're at the bottom of this where it says support new commercial industrial development employments. And then we have some deliverables on the next page. Did you want to?
Yeah, I'll just go quickly. Where we can, okay, so this year it talks about Sherwood West, pursuing development, broad housing mix. Maybe I'll let Eric speak to it a little bit, but we are going to be beginning comprehensive and master planning in Sherwood West.
Yeah, so we won the LCDC appeal. I've heard that they're gonna issue those findings by March is when they expect it. After that, one more appeal for the Court of Appeals, probably 6 more months. And then we don't think it's gonna go to the Supreme Court, but of Oregon, but maybe. So I think it's gonna be up to you guys this year, whether you'd like us to start comprehensive planning and plan. So, we're ready to hit go on the IGA and the contract. With Metro, and then get a comprehensive plan concerned about board.
Most of the comp plan will get funded with Metro dollars.
Yeah, most of it, yeah.
We have to wait for those appeals to exhaust before we can move forward.
I don't think, I think Metro would fund it. We need that final answer from them, but I think Metro would fund it.
Yeah, I don't think we should wait anymore.
Then for me, it's how does it fit within your team's workflow, all the other stuff that we're forced to deal with from Salem.
Yeah, it might be worthwhile to have another work session on legislation coming out of Salem and our ability to meet the plan. there's some, a whole set of egregious bills that are already slated to come out in this session that are even worse than what we're doing so far. So I'm not suggesting we stop. I'm just saying. We
I have a lot of concerns about moving forward.
Yeah, we just need to go eyes wide open. This, there's aspects of our plan that we can't enforce under current state legislation.
On the converse, and state legislation's only gonna get worse and worse.
I understand that, but it's eyes wide open. Yeah, we all understand it. Yeah.
Interesting.
And then the next one is maintain, facilitate collaborations with schools, programmatic facility partnerships. This is my favorite one. This is the one that I think we've made some of the greatest strides in this year, this past year. I talk to the high school every week. Meet with Liz Barrett, the career technical education director there, the principal. We do industry partnership quarterly meetings at the high school. I actively recruit new companies to come in and attend the industry partnerships. Have them take tours of the CTE programs at the high school. We've got Allied Systems, Olympus Controls, NSI Exentech, and Tresky Precision, all big employers in Sherwood to be connected in the last year with the high school. Which was great. Took tours, got to see their welding, fabrication, software stuff. They had absolutely no idea that Sherwood High School had all those programs. So that really is creating new opportunities for those folks to come in and speak at the high school about career pathways for students who are not going to four-year colleges. And I'm going to be meeting with the mayor next week, hopefully just have a chat, just an intro chat about apprenticeships. We took the high school up to Hillsborough 2 weeks ago and had a great meeting with Hillsborough School District and the city about how they developed an apprenticeship program for 16 and 17-year-olds at Gyro Semiconductor. It's very hard. Child labor laws, insurance issues, all kinds of issues, but Hillsborough has the secret sauce. And I want to figure out how we can maybe do that here at the high school to do that too. So more on that, but we're making really good, like, I just love this one with that school one.
So if it's state laws that are making that so difficult, that's another.
It's mainly BOLI is not the bad. It's there's not a statewide system for apprenticeships and every new one has to go through BOLI process that's kind of convoluted.
Yeah.
And they had to have Nathan Sosa from Hillsborough really be their advocate.
Yeah.
We would probably need a likewise
This
house.
state's pushing these CTE programs, apprenticeship programs, but if BOLI's not making it easy to have them, that's.
Be a little bit difficult. And every other state in the US, almost every other state has an apprenticeship program statewide. We don't. Right. And that's an opportunity for Oregon as well. So anyway, I think Courtney Neron could possibly be interested if we want to, the mayor or somebody wants to approach her. She's a former teacher. Maybe she could help. We would probably need that support.
Another school you might consider having conversations with is it David Douglas? Something Douglas. They have an amazing, it even sounds like might even be better than Sherwood's program.
Nice.
But they, yeah.
CTE, it can't be better.
I was hard pressed to leave that as well, but it sounds pretty spectacular.
That's cool.
Yeah. Anyway, this one's doing great. I'm really having a lot of fun with that one. And then the next one is explore financing options to support necessary infrastructure.
Can I ask a question on that? It's actually, the CT program. And maybe this is for Brad too, but is there an opportunity to have internships with the take support on stuff like that?
And I talked about that from time to time over the years. I just want to make sure we've got a good program developed. So if we bring somebody in, it's worthwhile for them. Okay. So that's on me to develop that program and make sure we got good work that they do.
I also thought it saw it as that you're 100% correct, but also a way to offload some work.
And yeah, we talked about that on the broadband support side, definitely.
And budget.
Mayor, I had conversation with the past year on something like that throughout the whole city, not just one area. I mean, you could take some seasonal positions that we have in public works and move them on and have somebody come in and learn some GIS. I mean, there's ways we could do it. So
you know, and understanding fiscal constraints that gets challenging, but maybe using one-time dollars to it so that you can kind of just judge it year in on something like that. Great idea. Thank you. Recommend. Anything else on that? Congratulations on your work. I mean, having a labor force that is here is such a great economic development, fruitful and viable. And then there's nothing better than having a labor force that is invested in the community, and that's of course your own. Please go ahead.
The financing options available to support necessary infrastructure for economic development. We do talk to the business organ support team a lot about capital improvement financing programs. Eric could probably speak a little bit to we did receive some funding for Ice Age Drive, the business organ lending program. And we do monitor state programs for Sherwood businesses. I refer a lot of Sherwood businesses to, they're looking for help to either the SBA or Small Business Development Center at PCC. There's free advising for small businesses there. There's a lending expert there as well. Bearcat Brewing used them to set up their business, and a couple others that I connected with folks with in town. They've gotten great loans and grants through the state on some of these programs.
One thing just to identify on that, so I think that's exactly right, is understanding financing options that are available for your businesses that are specifically coming in. This does say necessary infrastructure. I know with the work you've done in Sherwood West, so I don't know if that means TIFs, SDFs, other aspects like that. Any quick observations?
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I was going to mention Sherwood West. So the North District in particular, that's our industrial land, employment land, significant infrastructure needed to serve that area. So obviously, you guys have talked about the pump station with CWS. That's going to be funded through regional funding. That should be taken care of for the most part by CWS, but transportation, water, stormwater, all of that's going to be needed in order to develop that area. So, you know, we need to do comprehensive planning, but we also got to fund the infrastructure. So we're finishing Tonkin Employment Area, Ice Age Drive. We're going to have to, the next push and maybe with some state funding or something else is going to be that North District for employment.
But I apologize for finance folks on the spot. Anything, so state funding, is there any localized opportunities at all that we know of that we can use? So I'm just trying to make sure, is this something that's viable eventually?
Let's figure it out. I'm not worried about that.
Good. You just led a task force.
Okay. There's lots of ways to crack that.
Excellent.
We're pretty creative.
That may, sorry to interrupt you, annexation agreements are a great tool. So if we're not getting the money ourselves, raising the money ourselves, you know, if we get a big fish and they can, you know, we adopted new annexation code, which is on here, so we can partner with them to ensure the infrastructure. It's
Wonderful.
Yep. It's not worried.
Wonderful. That's great. Thank you for clarifying. Okay. And actively exploring.
Actively exploring out of state and out of country industry prospects. A lot on this. This was kind of my previous job for 13 years before coming here. So yeah, I've lived and worked overseas for a lot of my career, but it's been easy for me to form these relationships with GPI, Business Oregon, Port of Portland. We work very actively with these economic development organizations regionally I'm always talking about them. There's probably not many people at the state and regional level that don't know about Sherwood and the great opportunities we have here. And it's because of the work that my predecessor did. And then the work that I'm continuing to press on them and emailing them and calling them all the time, just saying, hey, we got 2 million square feet of this industrial space here. Can you help us market it? And they've helped us with some marketing in Korean and Japanese that I've sent to on trade missions overseas. I talked to some Japanese companies, Select USA last year, traveled with the state to the East Coast. We're in front of these companies. It takes time. Out of state, we talk to a lot of companies as well that are looking at Oregon. You know, Oregon's unfortunately, it's a statewide issue for various reasons. We're not the friendliest state for regulations and taxes, so, they kind of pass us by for other states sometimes for these big ones, but they're kind of intrigued by Sherwood just because we have land coming in from the only metro area that has some developable industrial land coming available soon. We have a lot of flex industrial space. We're close to Portland metro area. We have a lot of good school. We have one of the best school systems. So we got a lot of great things that I talk about with them. But yeah, we're making good strides. I'm going to hopefully a semiconductor show this year in your state, Arizona, with Business Oregon to recruit. So
Taiwanese presence in it.
with Taiwanese, yeah, so we're going up. It's tough to compete with Hillsborough, but we're close to Hillsborough. And these companies are intrigued when they learn a little more about Sherwood, but Hillsborough's got some more incentives in their toolbox than we should. So.
Great approach. Congrats to all of you. That's great. Okay, so talking a little more about the balance of Sherwood's tax base.
Yeah, I'll take these. So we adopted annexation policy. We adopted last year. Obviously, we just had the charter amendment as well. Where staff's ready to implement. We got 2 annexations in just before the charter amendment, but those will be subject to the annexation agreement. So I think those would be a great, and they're relatively small, so it'll be a great kind of pilot, I guess, or kind of initial stab at that code. Obviously going to be big for Sherwood West as well. And then target metrics for job housing balance. This one's been a tricky one for staff, just in full transparency. My thoughts on it, or we can keep this really simple if you guys would like, and just look at what's the ratio employment to residential, right? And just always track that number. That's on one end. On the other end, this is job size. Yeah, that would be a tax base kind of approach to this goal. When you start talking about jobs and housing, it gets tricky. And so I think there's probably work sessions. We talked to an economist about this. He was a little bit stumped as well, because it really depends on what are your goals, where are you at right now? And so this has just been a tricky one for us. So if you guys have thoughts on what you're looking for, love to hear it, and we can pick up on the threads. Aaron?
It's less about the looking for and more about potential partners like Fall Valley Fire has an extensive database down to the lot level on taxes, property taxes, and all these things we deal with. And they might be a great partner for that raw data, but then you can use to do predictive analysis. This type of residential generates this XYZ. It might be good partners for that. So.
And I thought we were looking at something, oh, sorry, Deb.
No, you go ahead.
I thought something a little more simplified. We were such a heavy residential for so long, and then we, pivoted toward economic development. So what percentage of our property coming from residential, and what percentage is now coming from, that's simplified.
Gotcha.
Yeah, on the metrics front, I think I don't want to, if we have to go to a consultant, we're probably overcomplicating it. So I would say we should be able to identify 4 or 5 KPIs that we can calculate internally, update without tremendous effort, that give us directional information trending over time and accomplish, I think, at least short to medium term what we're looking for. And if we need to get more complicated down the road, then we can cross that bridge down the road. Let's start more simple.
Thank you.
For me, it was putting a flag in the ground, saying as we looked at Sherwood West, we wanted a lot of jobs. And so we did a lot of work to decide what Sherwood West could feel. That work is most part done, but now we have refinement and master planning efforts. Development agreements to happen, but I think to still apply to the ground and say, okay, our intent is for this and this to be jobs. And as we keep going forward, don't let it get converted. The housing. We have housing areas, we have job areas. I'm at the point that I still want more jobs than what we have outlined in Sherwood West, but we've made those decisions and we're moving on, but let's not backtrack on where we plan, as well as existing parts of town that are in the city. I'll keep the flag in the ground and don't convert it, or have a very thoughtful conversation before it could get Look at the drawing jobs.
Yeah, and if, I agree with your sentiments. The reason I offered up 12 Valley Fire is still wait for consultant. I do think that you look at the different type of commercial and industrial properties, you look at the tax change ratios and all that, some are more desirable than others. So having that understanding could be good. And I just think it'd be easy to get from fire if they better with us on that.
If I may work offline and maybe we can reconfigure that a bit more. So it's a little broader, saying you're gonna keep your eye on the ball with regard to the appropriate diversity of housing, jobs, property tax, levies, all of these different pieces using metrics and available information, something along those lines, as opposed to tying yourself just to a housing jobs ratio.
And the reality is also, tell me to shut up when we did shut up, but the new housing that we do get is gonna be looking very different than our existing housing.
Okay.
So we're gonna have a much different, wider variety of housing types, housing sizes, housing, in turn, housing density. So then, yeah.
So that really helps. I think for us, Eric and I were talking, and goes all the way back to Bruce, like, you know, do we do something really kind of sophisticated and really track something over time? But if this is simple, 5 KPIs the staff can do, I got plenty of ideas. We can do a GIS and other stuff. And I think it just a heads up, you guys might know, we're going to bring back the quarterly economic development report. So I think we'll target like 3 or 4 or 5 and just keep putting in these KPIs every quarter.
That sounds good. So we'll identify KPIs that are appropriate to help you with those specific. Now it's great.
Those were some great lengthy readings, those sort of.
It'll be more brief. Brief.
I'll
keep it shorter.
So then, we do talk about jobs, wages that allow people to live and work, including the use of incentives. So I know we talked a bit about expedite reviews, looking at the schools. Anything else to follow up on that?
Yeah, just the Old Town Strategic Plan does have a lot of incentive ideas in it as well for council to look at.
I have a question about that. What's our next action on that?
Next in February. Bring it.
If you want to come to planning commission, then reviewing.
Are we gonna have another work session on?
Not planning to unless you feel like you need to. So Old Town Strategic
I need
Plan.
to see we've had a lot of conversations about the incentives. We as a council haven't agreed to what the incentive structure should or shouldn't be. So I'd like to, depending on what it looks like, I'd like to have a conversation about it before we bring it to a vote.
Yeah, you're talking about for Old Town specifically? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we can schedule a work session. There's a few things in there. There's, you know, the plan itself is fairly broad, talks about urban design, talks about all sorts of things, but if you guys want to talk and zero in
Specifically talking about the incentives for me, the rest I'm on board with. I want to, because we've had high level conversations as a council about things we could do with incentives. I don't feel like we've reached any sort of internal agreement on what we want to do with incentives.
And what they've put in the report is basically just suggestions. Not like you must do this, you do it, you have to do it.
When would that turn into actual programs?
The way it's set up now, happy if you want to bring it back before adoption, absolutely. But the way it's set up now would be a resolution, so it's not an ordinance, be a resolution for an action plan. And then our plan is, once you guys adopt it, and start looking at the low hanging fruit and bring that to you in a work session and say, hey, we got into.
So the incentives aren't baked into this plan. It's more of just like, we will develop incentives after this plan is adopted.
There are a few specifics.
Okay.
And there are a few specifics. And if, I'm not opposed to a work session at all.
But there's specific suggestions, not things that are gonna be adopted as part of a plan.
As not part of the binding plan, it would be it would be
So
suggestions.
there's follow on.
Okay, but you've kind of bounced, I feel like you've contradicted yourself. So first you said it was suggestions. It sounds to me like it's not binding, and we'll have to turn those into actual code at some point in the future, but then you just said some of it was binding.
Oh, no, not binding. Not binding.
There's specific suggestions.
Yeah, sorry, I mumble sometimes.
What's in a plan? That's what people read and they think that that's what they're looking at.
review it before it goes for adoption, because let's not put something out there that they're not on board with, even if it's just a suggestion.
Me, and I won't speak for everyone else, I only need to talk about the incentive part. I've seen the rest of it and agree with the rest of it.
Right, but just review those before.
Yeah. Then do it first, and then if you feel when you don't post.
So maybe there might be further conversation specifically on the incentives, and then one other question would be.
Just to clarify something.
Sure.
Into, Craig, could you just get the draft out to everyone review it, and then see if we need, if there's consensus to have a work session before it comes to the council for approval, then we can schedule that.
That works.
I think it's only
My
like,
question, anything else that has budget implications in that plan that you'll need to be aware of? In other words, you want to make sure if you do have recommendations that there are things that are viable and that you're interested in, or that would be put in a budget if it is indeed low hanging fruit, correct? Okay, so food for thought, just what I'm gathering and I heard from some of you is let's make sure that we have things that we actually can see that are moving towards that plan.
so the last part of that is talks about expedited review. We form this 4 to 6 week building timeline that we can actually put like a company's logo right here, send it to them and say, hey, what other city in the Portland metro area is going to give you a 4 to 6 week approval timeline for building? Nobody. They're like, oh, this caught a lot of people's attention. Up the company, we actually talked to a company that supplies NASA about they're looking at I shouldn't say more than that, but they're looking at an 80,000 square foot building in Sherwood Commerce Center. They're very excited to see that. So,
Nice.
yeah. Anyway, that's just talks about non-financial. We have a lot of non-financial tools that we do as well.
If that's all we can offer, that's good.
Exactly. Right, guys. Any other questions on that? I think we're wrapping up the elements of economic development. Is there anything else that you think that is missing? Is it, you're gonna see that if we are able to continue down this path, we can find a way to define success outcomes. You've identified some key KPIs to make sure that you've got the right relative economic and housing and labor mix going forward. Anything else that comes to mind, Craig? Questions?
No, I think we're gonna say the same thing. I guess as we wrap up this pillar, I'm just wondering about where we're at with the goals that we had for this year. If there's any that you want to change, take off, add before we move on to the next section. Last year, we were able to cross some stuff off as we completed them. I think most of these are ongoing and are gonna stay, but I guess I just wanted to double check. That helps us when we can we modify things to bring it back for adoption.
I assume we need something on here about potential fees / levies / like, that needs to be like. Finishing that work and making a decision needs to be, I think, a goal for this year.
That's
not in there.
Yes, yes.
Oh, I thought, that- okay, my bad.
Well, I'll make sure that when we get to that we address that.
So I don't know that you can cross it off, but when we were talking about doing the planning for Sherwood West, and I don't know if this is the place to do it, but I would love to have, let staff talk, allot some time to figuring out, okay, what types of housing that's more affordable are being done in Oregon or around.
The livability segment. We're just talking.
Okay, but because this number one deliverable on this was development in Sherwood West that includes a broad housing mix, an affordable housing option. That's why
We're talking about economic development.
That is under economic development.
Yeah.
That's fine. Here, go ahead and bring out, and we are absolutely gonna delve into that a little bit more.
I think we need to move that to the livability section.
Yeah, and I think that was just a real, I think we put it under Act F at some point because it's basically the land use focus, which includes housing and employment. So if we wanted to break it up, we could,
Yeah, and, okay, and I don't really care where it is. If the council wants to move it to another section, that's fine. I just, because it was in there, and because I get that we were focused on the legal battles and physically getting the land in, that's the second order problem. But now that it looks like there's a light at the end of the tunnel, to be able to say, okay, what might be a plan for doing that? I'm not even saying, hey, you gotta follow this model, I would rather you bring some stuff to the council to say, here's what other people are doing now that we've had some time to look at it, but.
You're talking about housing diverse, sorry.
Well, housing diversity and just more affordability, right? Chief has talked about it too, right? There's gonna be different sizes of house, or different kinds of house, and part of it is, one of those is gonna be housing that's more affordable.
Interject real quick. I want to talk about this in the livability section. So I agree we need to have goals for conversation. All right, now back to the point about this item. I think the issue with this deliverable is it actually needs to be split into two. The first part of it needs to move to livability, and the last part about hospitality, leisure, and stay where it is. So that's probably how I would fix this problem. Okay, but I'm sure it's where I completely agree. It's on my list to talk about livability.
I'm fine moving it, it just.
Thank you all for clarifying that. It's very helpful. Sir,
The annexation policy, we're at 100% for that. Is there a next step for that?
so any other next steps you can identify for the annexation? Sorry.
The policy is in place. I think if you guys want to see a follow-up goal in terms of implementation, happy to add that, but I think you guys will track it, like, it's gonna come to you.
It's operational now.
Yeah, it's operational, and to you, if you have specific goals, I guess, to accomplish as part of it, but it would just be implementation.
Or that we've accomplished what we set out. We have it in place now and.
The deliverable that could come off, but it's not one of the goals, so.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, remove the deliverable.
This is the naming. Very helpful to bring it out, because you're giving a sense of what we need to do to make sure we're moving ahead on the steps. Thank you. All right, so as we're gonna continue going forward, I want to just mention that, if anyone does need a break, just to feel free to take a step back, walk through, get something to eat or drink, whatever you need. Obviously, using the facility is certainly not an issue. We'll go a little more before we do a formal break, just to make sure, and I'm trying to be thoughtful of your time, if that's okay. If anyone really feels like, okay, we need that break, then you just give that hand up and we will take that. And next, pillar that we're gonna go, we'll continue to work through this. Did you have another item on this?
I had a question talking at the end here about the last one, complete the Old Town strategic plan. It'll be done. Do you just want to change that maybe to carry out the Old Town strategic plan, or how should we?
I think we had this conversation over the last couple of goal setting sessions. Like, once a deliverable is completed, we remove it because it's operational. Like, we have 1,000 things that happen in the city that aren't deliverables that you guys do every day. That's part of your day-to-day operation. So to be carrying out and is part of operations is not a deliverable.
But this one's actually a goal. So, continue revitalization of Old Town by exploring tools and encourage its distinctive character. So would that stay?
Maybe revise that, continue the revitalization of Old Town, and then in an effort to encourage its distinctive character, and then leave the rest for deliverables?
I think the goal stays because we still have work to do around incentive programs and implementing whatever processes are going to come out of the action plan.
The strategic plan was just one deliverable in that.
There'll be new deliverables that should be on this year's list.
Okay.
Thanks all.
When do those get developed?
I mean, we can identify them right now.
Or what we've done in the past is.
The staff will develop them and come back in the next couple of months. Okay.
Thank you.
We're on the same page.
Yeah, this is important. Make sure that we're clarifying, and thank you for bringing it up. And we absolutely want to make sure to close out and clarify or adjust goals and somewhat deliverables as they're needed. The others, if we can, specifically omit those. One last thing that I know would be helpful is from a staff perspective. I think in this one we have a feel for it, but do you believe what you had heard about here is all something that you can undertake in the next year? Do you feel like this workload is appropriate, especially given some of the constraints that you have? Does this seem like it's very doable, everything you've heard?
So it's important that we'll, you, whatever you, and staff can come back and say, we have too much, there's too much on the list, and this is what we can do.
I don't think we need.
They dial us back post meeting.
We throw everything at the wall and see what sticks, and they say this fell off the wall.
It's good to know. But I do want to make sure, there's expectation management, you have something here. I just want to make sure.
I think it's important that, and Renee brought this up at the beginning, because we're not doing a budget this year, because we have a 2-year budget.
Great point.
Normally, a lot of that would arise as we're going into our budgeting process, so I just think we need to be very conscious and add a step here to say, you guys come back and say, okay, we can do this, we can't do this. how you want to do it, so.
I think actually the question that you asked is possibly more accurate to ask after we've gone through all the pillars.
Okay.
Maybe we can review what we've discussed to offer suggestions that the staff
Gotcha.
can consider and come back and say, yes, no.
In its totality now, they'll know if it got overwhelming or not. Gotcha. Thank you.
Because we have to be mindful, like our staff is all we have, like we have no money to keep getting consultants or extra.
We probably
On-call
have, we
engineer.
have consultants.
Yeah.
We don't have staff hire, right?
Yeah,
We're limited consultant.
yeah.
We have Metro consultant money.
Right.
We may, I didn't hear anything major in that number, so.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right, so we'll move here to infrastructure. Just for clarification, you had identified a few different items. One of them build key pedestrian connectors. So any quick observations on that piece? And then would you like for staff to kind of walk through these as a team?
We can walk through them. Yeah.
Go ahead. Would you like to kind of speak to?
I can take the first one, Cedar Creek, Pet and Wildlife. We did ask for money last year. We were unsuccessful with, Metro Regional Flex Fund, as well as, we did ask for, work through some federal funding on that, but we were not successful with that. So we'll continue to put in for it.
Metro Transportation Flex Funds.
Isn't that what we put in for, Jason, last year when they reached out?
Yeah, we put in a request for RTB, it's basically, oh no, the $30 million grant for the undercrossing was a larger grant that we weren't awarded.
Yeah, that were considered for us. Some of those Metro things, we're not gonna qualify for it, as long as we're cognizant of programs that we have a chance with and ones that we're, you know, it's fully utilized step plans.
Yeah,
But we, and I imagine you are, but just, yeah, there's some stuff that they've literally, we're not put a wall up that small towns don't have a chance.
Thank you. Sir?
I mean, to me, I mean, this deliverable falls in the long to very long time range. I think that maybe there's a parking lot or we keep it on here knowing that we're not gonna really do a whole lot.
And parked in orange.
Yeah,
All
exactly.
played.
Probably, but keep it on here so that as opportunities arrive, we can jump on them, but without any expectation that this is gonna move significantly forward during the next 1 year.
Slightly different, because I go back to when we had the goal of building the current bridge. The effort right now is funding, right? Yeah, in building that layer cake, so it needs to be front and center from that point of view. Yeah. You know, working with our federal team, 2027, going after the Christmas tree bill, you know, whatever that looks like. We have to start working toward that. So I agree with you in terms of actually starting, but we have a lot of work to do to fund it.
I think the deliverable should probably be edited. It just says Cedar Creek Wildlife Undercrossing. That's not a deliverable. That's really a goal or a big project, right? It should just be more nuanced to continue to pursue short-term funding for feasibility studies or whatever the specific things we're trying to fund.
All right, have an action verb in there that's more reflective of where we're at on.
Whereas the very, very early stages of this, what can we do if the opportunity arises
And
during
then
the
as
years?
we fulfill that,
Then more
that's what would change the
deliverables
next
come into
time, because
play.
now we need funding for X, Y, Z year.
I think, if I may, I'm just gonna push back slightly. I agree with that process, right? But in terms of what we're putting out there to the world about our goals, I want that end goal to be put out there. Cause this, for me, like the short-term stuff is getting to like ideally we could get to 30% design, which really opens up the number of grant opportunities we can go to. So you're right. I don't want people to think we're milquetoast on it.
I think that the build undercrossing should be elevated to a goal. And then the deliverable should change to be more short term.
That's great. Yeah.
So we can, we could update that goal.
Yeah, the goal should be
Build
changed.
key pedestrian connectors.
The goal should be build. Blah, blah, blah.
The other Cedar Creek,
Yeah.
complete.
Correct,
Yeah.
so update that goal.
And then we could have some more short-term deliverables under it.
You okay with that?
Yep.
We will do that.
Rich, you want to talk about the Pet Bridge where we're at there?
Sure. Yeah, so, appreciate council. There's a few minor punch list items that we're working with our consulting engineer, to close out. So hopefully here in the near future, that's taken care of. So
Medallions in?
No,
Oh.
Medallions are not in.
big section ones.
Oh.
But they're very minor in nature as far as some of these punch list items, so wrapping that up. So it's not 100%. They're very minor, the overall. So it's 99%, considering it done, it's open,
Done.
it's functioning. All right, I'll take it off the list then.
If you come off the list, one of the deals,
I'm teasing.
one of the punch list items is better for us to come back in the spring and do it, so we don't.
Yeah.
get that.
Let's take it off the
It's
list.
done.
They did a great job.
In our world, it's done.
Could be that.
That's nobody uses.
As you identified, so originally you had talked of support major intersection improvements, and the one that was identified was the design of Chapman 99 plus intersection. Any quick updates? Any?
I can give a quick update on that since it's at 0%. There was no funding in the capital improvement budget. It is in the capital project, and we'll try to tie something in with the TSP as we're working through that. Take a look at that. So that's what I can give you. And if there's available funding out there, we'll go after it.
Maybe move this one to orange too.
I do have a question,
Parking lot.
right? Is there any other major intersection improvements that we need to identify? Because we have that as the goal in the one specific project. Is there anything else that we need to be aware of coming up? Sherwood West related?
Well, maybe.
There's the ED already.
Do we have that somewhere else?
It is on, there's a county road one.
It's under county road.
Yeah.
It's under the action plan with county roads, but if we need to move it, we can move it if it's more.
Well, it's not.
Probably more appropriate than this one, though.
So Craig, just to note that that intersection of Chapman 99 has been identified as one of the intersections that we will be evaluating through the TSP.
Yeah, gotcha.
Just going back to Chapman real quick, part of the reason we put it on there was putting a stake in the ground with the county. As if it is county roads, this is gonna be an overpass or an underpass, right? So as they do their planning, so as long as we don't put the side of that messaging.
You need to be able to identify this. It's been a long time in a plan. Yes.
You think that this and the EDL work should be in the same section? I don't necessarily care where, let's put together.
Let's say, cause that, we, stake in the ground about eating algorithms, so.
And maybe this doesn't fall under intersection improvements, but we've had a lot of updates on the school crossings, and so wherever that would fit in.
That was under safety.
Public safety, yeah, okay, we'll get to that one.
Got it. We'll make sure that it goes. Okay. And then up to broadband utility.
Brad, can you touch on that one a little bit? Yeah, I think maybe say we're 50% done, progressing, we're trying to shoot for done in 3 years. And then at that point, we would move on to complex multi-level dwelling units. Yeah, that's the new since the last update, really. Yeah.
So the BDP program, that's a
Next page.
With regard to, when you had received the BDP grant, so other grant opportunities you still require in this, or is this one that drops?
Yeah, do you want to move on to that? That's the next goal.
Yeah, I just segued to it, you know.
Okay. Yeah, that project's moving really fast. It has to move really fast. We have to be done by September. I'd say we're probably 50% done now. We've tried to turn it up to first customers. The whole area is broken up into 3 areas. The first area is completely done. We're turning folks up. Our in-house engineers have done a really good job of finding customers that want service as they're doing mainline. So we save money because when they're pulling the mainline cable, they're also pulling the drop cable. So there's some value add that's being done there. Salinas funding is working through contracting right now. That's supposed to start really quick. And then you all know we are not successful with BEAD. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. For BDP, that's a reimbursement grant. We've gotten our first reimbursements.
On Friday, I got notice that we did, yes. I think 1.2 million. We got. Yeah, so, and I think we've got another a little over $1 million coming back for construction. I think they reimburse those on a quarterly basis, so it'd be next quarter.
Good. Brad, can we step back to the fiber to the home? Can you talk a little bit about what we are doing for some marketing stuff right now?
So we brought in just a contract employee to do some marketing for us. She's doing great so far. Doesn't have any experience in sales or in broadband, but this month has been our best month ever. So, we're not even done yet, so the month, so you're not gonna make some progress.
Is your experience in marketing?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there a lot of New Year's resolutions? It shows.
So something that we've just never had time to do and it's paying off now is doing a lot of pre-marketing as we go into a neighborhood. Hey, we're coming, sign up now to get you on the list. And then a lot of good follow-up marketing too. So we've got a handful of new products that we're gonna launch here pretty soon. Premium router options. We've got some mobile apps capabilities we can sell. We got a really great outdoor Wi-Fi unit, so if you have a backpack and you don't get good service, you can actually buy this and put it on your back deck and extend your coverage. So all of those will be monthly charges, so they'll add to the annual recurring event. Yes,
Could I relay a thank you from my neighbor?
sure.
He was out in his yard and he cut his fiber line with a shovel. On a Friday afternoon, he called Sherwood Broadband. A tech was out there within 30 minutes, put in a temporary line, and then they were back on Monday to put in a permanent line, and he was blown away.
Wow.
He couldn't believe it.
That's to Rich and the crews. Those guys are generally on the spot. I mean, we get a lot of calls of, I'm moving in on Friday. Can we get service? And we would, we're not built to do service that fast, but we find a way to do it. And that's really Chris and the construction crew visiting and work with them. So those are messages that we need to figure out how to craft those and marketing to get those out, because I think that's.
Either catch those testimonials.
Yeah.
Well, I will say still, as I monitor social media a lot, when anybody says I have XYZ, it's not working out for me, who do you suggest? I mean, it's Sherwood Broadband all the way down the thread. And then of course well, they're not my area yet, but you know, so.
And you say, we're coming?
Yeah.
We're getting there as fast as we can.
Sorry, I didn't make you read the comments, so I'm just building.
Wasn't gonna throw you under the bus, Taylor.
I think you're number 25 and your zone's the 25th in the list.
I told Ken this the other day, but my Ring doorbell dinged. It says, somebody's asking about broadband in Sherwood. And I'm like, on my doorbell camera, I guess there's a thread that you can do community comments, and it was all on Sherwood Broadband. And I kid you not, within 10 minutes, there was 38 comments, all positive about Sherwood Broadband.
Yeah.
So it comes in various forms, and
That through, the Ring is through next door, is it the next?
no, it's your doorbell camera. Like,
I know that.
No, they have their own.
Oh, they have their own.
Yeah, it's
Stupid.
so.
I'm just adding one thing. In my previous life, I worked with a lot of cities on utility stuff, watched cities try to roll out broadband networks. I can't tell you how special this is. This is not the norm for how most cities do this. The success they have, the customer satisfaction that they have, this is just way
There's
beyond.
definitely a lot of those stories out there, I think. You probably can remember back when we were talking way back then, there's a lot of stories.
I still know the national testimonials from cities that were bragging, and you look now and it's not, it's just amazing what you all have done. You've done it correctly. Great work. Congratulations on a great tool.
We'll be reviewing how this is working out over the next couple of months, and if it's not working, we'll do something else, but our goal is to get to our number we talked about.
Yeah, first of all, this contract person is like a month to month, but we have a way to kind of get in and get out if it's not working, so.
Okay. I had moved ahead. I apologize on that piece, but anything else? So I am now looking, is there anything else with regard to explore opportunities and broadband? Is that the right terminology for that deliverable as well? You good?
We're fully up to speed. I think,
Great.
we talk off in next session.
Thank you all. So that, we'll go to Public Works Facility, Greg?
Yeah, I can just talk about this. So we've had this in our water SDCs, sewer storm SDCs. I would expect we'll do some numbers to bring that cost, since that's been a few years ago, as we move forward with the updates to the master plan. So the financial side gets updated. So we have that, as well as we have the money that's dedicated in the URA, but we're still gonna have to find that other mechanism to fund it. Yeah.
I'm glad we're doing all those good tasks as we update the master plan and update the SDCs with Sherwood West, and this is one of those spaces, along with this building and library. I think this council needs to have a conversation about, a future bond that will contribute to the public works facility, expand this building when it was designed, it's designed to be expanded. That's true, because it was before my time, and then certainly there's expansion opportunity on the library, and we could do it all, potentially all together. But I mean, I think we're gonna have mechanisms where we're great at finding other dollars, but this might be one of the cases where we need to find, as the community to weigh in and help us have that conversation anyways.
I think that'd be great, and that's where, you know, we're thinking out a ways, right? Is because Sherwood West coming online, police departments, they're kind of in some areas, it's full. And it needs to go out. We need to look at that in the library as well as the future. I think that's great.
The police department, they got 2 nice sheds up there that they can go. We're good, right?
Is someone, I'm sorry.
I do. Yeah, I've said this, I agree with you. We need to have a conversation this year about exploring those options.
Yeah.
And it's a longer term, it's not a.
Yeah, so we're gonna put a bond out next year, but
Right.
we need to have the conversation, start the conversation.
You know, so the general fund dollars is the more pressing conversation of the capital dollars.
I think, well, now I just have another thought, but the first thought is just a reminder, especially for the community that's listening. Part of the goal for moving that, the public works facility is one, we're growing, we need a bigger facility, and our current facility is. System, but that's gonna free up 4.5 acres of land in our downtown community that can be redeveloped, so the funding can actually be the sale of that land too. So we just need to keep that in our thought processes out there. That it's not just about a new building, this is also about economic development for our downtown core.
Were you gonna say something? You or Taylor?
Just that, I like that this is being brought up to use long-term strategic planning. I think it's
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, this also can be a part of the Sherwood West plan, because we talked about having, you know, a signature park on that side, but also feels like there might need to be a municipal building of, you know, again, if we are trying to bridge the divide.
This building's on this side.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying is that, there's, that might be a part of the plan, because if part of the funding for expanding this building is gonna come from that expansion, right? We ought to.
Well, holistically look at the needs of both growth related, such and that also meets the planning, which might include partnerships and development related agreements.
I'm saying you're not, when you say municipal building, we're talking about an amenity, maybe it's a new field house or something like that.
Exactly.
We split the library and the city hall into 2.
Multi-use
Right.
building, it could be a library there, and then that becomes the, you know what I mean, like. We gotta look at that as part of that plan, because.
Facility planning.
Yeah.
Right, more comprehensively, okay. Very helpful. What other questions on that? Did you, Ralph, you clean up any other aspects to that, or do you want to give an update on that?
So this project, we're successful, received $5 million grant for the cleanup of this, property over off of Oregon Street. We're working through that with consultant. We're at 30% design. We're in the permitting phase with DEQ for that. That takes, about 6 months. We're not seeing that it's likely we're gonna be able to begin with the cleanup this year. It's gonna be pushed likely till next summer of 27. Fortunately, we still have until 2028 to get that site cleaned up. As with those larger projects, there are some unknowns associated with that. Consultants working through that with regulatory agencies. Unfortunately, that comes at a cost as well. So we don't have what the anticipated full cleanup costs will be for that, but we'll be circling back with council as we get those costs for the cleanup.
On the DEQ taking some, I'm sorry, Ken. The DEQ taking 6 months, I mean. I'm not aware of all the details, but that just seems insane for considering all the studies we've done so far. Is there value in certain electeds and reps putting a little pressure on them to go faster?
I believe that was the anticipated duration for them to go through the process, of the site.
Also have the PFOS, the perfluoroalkyl regulations that changed after we were awarded our grant that are now kind of this project, so yeah.
Yeah, so there was some sampling requirements for some of those unknowns, Mayor, that we weren't aware of when we went into this cleanup effort there. So we're also dealing with some of those moving targets and sampling efforts for the project.
Just let myself know if we can help us accelerate with the DEQ, because that's my brain always goes to like every year we delay this, the costs probably go up another 10-15%, right? So I'm just trying to be very conscious of that. So
Well, and
amazing.
remind me, it's gonna take more funding than the 5 million we have, and we have it on our list to continue lobbying at the federal level, right?
Craig and I are going to DC beginning of March.
Yeah.
Talk to the federal teams about that, so.
So I think this project was around 70.3. We had the 5. We've actually applied for $500,000 watershed restoration grant. I think that kind of this summer or spring or summer, we'll know something on that. But one of the things we ran into on this project that we didn't expect is we thought that we were going to be able to take the materials to Hillsborough landfill. And that's how it was all talked about at the beginning. And this has all got to go to Arlington. So there's going to be additional costs there that Rich was talking about, as well as I think they were looking at rail versus dump trucks, because there's quite a bit of material. I think they're taking a look at some other options now as we move towards the 60% of design. So we knew it was going to take a while to get through DEQ, and we brought an environmental attorney on to help us with that, but we ran into some problems. So it doesn't surprise me that we did, but so that's where we're at on that.
You say an environmental attorney?
Yeah.
Does that come out of outside council, or does that come out of the
Project.
But not the general fund.
Yeah, it's not yet legitimate, but
We can see the next piece, we have undertake important facility infrastructure master plans. As we go through that, just to make sure, while we're still gonna be showing where we're at on steps, and that'll be important. If there's any big surprises that we need to be aware of, again, we want to identify if there's any major capital financing requirements that are anticipated for this, it might be a good time to just kind of bring that up.
I think everybody knows this, but for the public, part of what Craig and I are doing with the federal team is getting capital dollars to fix some of for very specific sewer projects in town, like in our downtown area. So with all the continuing resolutions at the federal level, it's been a little bit more difficult. Yeah.
No, I imagine. Okay, so we'll start with storm master plan.
So we're just, in February, next council meeting, we'll be bringing a resolution to council to award a contract with consulting engineers to move these projects forward. These are anticipated to be about a 16-month in duration project for the design team and also city to go through that. There will be opportunities as we go through that to meet with planning and council as we develop those plans, taking consideration Sherwood West, what infrastructure needs we will need in the future to be able to support that growth. In addition, there's also maintenance components of that and items such as public works facilities to be able to support the SDC calculations for future growth in those areas.
Which is part of that, taking Sherwood West into consideration. How much are you able to? Stormwater is gravity, is one of those gravity things. So Sherwood West is a territory that we've identified. There's going to be another Sherwood West, and sometime in our lifetime, are we able to? Yes, so that's to plan to oversize any of the pipes needed, or when there is another Sherwood West or Sherwood Southwest or Sherwood Northwest in the gravity zone.
Brooklyn West. Or like, well, I could see sanitary being an issue with pipe sizing that.
Yeah.
I believe we're planning for that area or Sherwood West at this time. Regarding going outside of that,
Just in a kind of gravity zone, and then just Part of me, I said, I know we're going, and I think I know the answer, we're limited, but when it's becomes appropriate, make sure we don't have to replace the pipe that was last 100 years, we have to replace it in 20.
I mean, looking ahead, storm, water and sanitary sewer, we want to be on the same schedule. Are we running this as essentially kind of one project with 3 sub-projects and for efficiency reasons? I mean, it seems to make sense to me, like there's a lot of probably so
We look at population, we look at type of.
no, I just meant like actually how we're gonna run the project, these master plan projects over the next 14 months. You're doing all 3 at the same time. I hope that means we can have one CAC, one TAC.
Correct.
For all 3 instead of having 3 independent ones and 3 sets of meetings. Is that what?
Yeah,
Is that the plan?
there's some efficiency, yes, with that. We will be taking it through that way.
I just would add on to Rich's comments that we're gonna get this done with our existing system and look outside of Sherwood West, but we're probably gonna end up having to come back with some sort of amendment as the planning side gets done with their work on the plan. So it won't all be exactly after this update happens. Sherwood West will probably come in with some sort of
But
amendment.
my question was not about Sherwood West, it was about these 3 efficiencies in running these 3 projects at these master plan updates at the same time.
And I just kind of answering I just wanted to have all of Sherwood West at one time. Flip this on contract.
So
Okay, that's what I was getting. Thank you.
And then build out the perspective or 2 things that we want to make sure. Gotcha. Anything else? Go ahead. Anything else on all of the infrastructure master plans that you know, make sure council's aware of?
No, just that there's a lot of moving pieces to it, and thanks for mentioning that, Craig. No different than the transportation plan as well. We'll be completing that. That is a little bit further along. We started that about a year ago with different various committees to be able to help guide us with the plan itself. Just like that plan, when Sherwood West comes through, there will be an amendment or update that will take place with that plan as well. So fortunately, council members, thank you for participating in the CAC for the transportation plan. We hear that trails are very important to the community. That's an area that we can wrap that into the TSP as well as we continue on with our evaluation. So keeping those things in mind.
I'm so glad you have your eye on the long term and addressing these issues. That's one. Okay, anything else that comes to mind when we talk about infrastructure? So as you've talked to your constituents or as you gain knowledge or through the budget process, anything that comes to mind with regard to infrastructure might be missing at this. All right, we can always come back later. Something to think of. We'll move ahead to the livability, workability. After that, I probably will say that we're going to take a 2 minutes break, but let's see if we can get livability, workability, which starts with support and promotes community well-being. And that's kind of broader piece that talks holistically. Any quick observations, Craig, on that first one? Then, so.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the first deliverable being improve access to mental health resources for the community. Most of this has really been through the senior center programs and offerings. And I know that you've all been given updates on this, but they've done a tremendous job. We now have 2 social work interns over at the senior center who are providing one-on-one counseling and helping support some of our offerings on top of everything else that we've added over the last few years. We had a sizable donation, anonymous donation, $18,000 to go towards mental health programming and support, which is fantastic. So I feel like from the senior center standpoint, they're at capacity and beyond without like building out more. These services and resources are available to others in the community as well. They can come in. There's different opportunities there. I think that moving forward, if we want to keep this deliverable on there, we could really focus more on MHRT or the opioid money, the funding to support HRT through that. But for senior center, I feel like they've done a fantastic job. They're maxed out. They're honestly probably doing much more than they should. But they're doing such a great job and it's been so important to them. that we want to help continue
Success.
Yeah, and really our program here in Sherwood is looked at not just in Oregon now, but nationally. People are contacting Maya and going, how are you doing this? What's happening? Can we get training? Can we get support? What do we need to do? We don't know how to support these citizens.
Set up a fee.
Well, we talked about that. Yeah, actually, even for our other, for the food program, Tiger and 12 people contacted us about that as well. And we're like, well, we could start charging you and they want training from her on how to run a senior center.
That's something to add on to what you were just speaking about in the senior advisory committee. We've been really talking a lot about age-friendly cities and the conversation about the mental health programs and all the other programs that are included at the senior center and the high usability and the demand and so on and so forth. Something just to put on your radar, I'm sure you're already aware, is the idea of an activity director, or coordinator to help. Just to speak for them, it did come up in a conversation. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and I think that's the challenge is we're maxed out on physical space there now, and we're maxed out on staff and volunteers every day. We've got, I don't know, at least 6, 8, 10 volunteers over there. So it's not as if we're not being creative. We physically don't have enough space for more volunteers to be at the front counter and helping people. So that's what's stopping us from being able to grow. We're having to turn people away and you have to make a reservation for lunch. So there's days when we can't serve more than 75 people. And so there's a wait list. So building capacity or doing any sort of an expansion, if anything, I keep saying to Maya, it's not that I don't think these things are important. We just have to continue to prioritize and maybe take some things away that aren't full or aren't serving the majority of the people or aren't meeting our mission because yeah, they're overburdened for sure.
We talked at one point about potentially doing age-friendly exercise on Century Boulevard there.
Langer Park.
Yeah, Langer Park. It feels like combining that with, well, we don't have any more room in this building, but we do have a physical activity thing out here and that'll help your mental health. And, it feels like we might be able to get creative in partnership with the Parks Department about, how can we get some outdoor.
That was definitely a large part of the conversation, as well as using partnerships and collaborating with our other organization agencies. YMCA, perfect example of that. So those conversations are taking place. I just wanted to make sure that I did my due diligence.
Very helpful.
I think this dovetails too into the facilities conversation that we were talking about earlier, because if we look at a scenario in the future where we split the library and city hall, it might make sense to build a combo library senior center, sell the existing senior center land. And then you actually have a lot of synergies by having library and senior center together, because classroom space can flex more during the day for senior activities, more in the evenings and weekends for library. And you have like staff that can hold double duty. There's a lot of probably logistical synergies that could happen there.
That area could be housed.
That it solves your, and then you have this huge spot of land that you can do something.
A good conversation. It sounds like something in there with regard to facility planning going forward and it might be.
And just to comment, we are Parks Board and Senior Center are talking about that, and we are going to be going after some age-friendly grants or some different resources and hopefully getting exercise equipment for Langer Park. We were kind of waiting for that full transition of Langer Park to be ours, but that's a perfect location for it, I think. So that's something we've talked about at Parks Board.
I would think that this deliverable is so close to 100%, like it could probably, we know it's gonna.
Yeah, I think unless, I think to what Doug was talking about, this is gonna be an ongoing, so we know that it's now moving at least the senior center portion into that parking lot. So unless you want to identify something, modify the deliverable and focus more on MHRT or identifying use of opioid funds, that could be something, or if we just take it off, that's quite fine as well.
I like the idea of the opioid funds trying to decide some.
Or the senior center?
No. Evaluate, wait a minute, where
Just
am I?
as a new,
I think for a few years, we kept wanting to have something on the senior center there to show it was a priority. And I think we've accomplished that.
Yeah. Having
like,
that.
put all the focus we need to, and they're gonna keep going, and they have the support, and we're gonna continue bringing opportunities hopefully back. But I think that was like one of the.
Lunches now, are we pulling people from other cities?
Yes.
And that's because of the other cities are failing to.
Do we charge more for out of state?
Well, we actually have a mechanism in place where you're like a card that you're getting or a registration for a resident and non-resident, essentially.
So are
Just a way to just capture some of that.
Sherwood residents not able to come because the people are coming from other cities? Like, are we not serving our own community first?
If they're not proactive and like, for example, make a reservation, so you don't have to make a reservation for a meal. There could be a situation in which they miss out. That means
The
that.
out of state resident made a reservation, the in city resident didn't.
Right. So we try to really keep an eye on that though, and we've looked at different ways. If that was to happen, someone could potentially still get a meal delivered. I mean, we're still doing delivery meals as well as.
Big of an area to outside the city.
No.
Oh.
We have the out of city residents reservations.
I don't believe that we have,
Maybe
but I
we-
can double check, and that might be something.
Clarified question on that, because out of city could mean just south of Brookings Road.
Going just outside of the
Let
city.
me finish, yeah. I'm just curious, are we tracking the location? Because if we're like getting a lot of Tualatin residents coming in, I'd love to have a conversation with Frank about that.
Yeah.
You know, but if it's just the rural areas coming in, I think we gotta be careful about what out of city is.
Yeah, I think we definitely get people from Tigard, Tualatin, King City, even Salem. People travel for our programs and our food because it's great. So we can get you more statistics on that.
Do we charge more for out of city?
Yeah, she said that.
Yes, well, the membership portion. So it's really just they're calling it registration, I think, not membership. So there's that's charged more, but we don't charge for meals. We receive the grant fund of $120,000 from the county. So we can't charge them for meals. It's a
We
suggested.
can't even charge out of city residents a nominal fee for meals of.
If they're under a certain age or something.
Correct. So in order for us to receive that funding, we can't charge.
Charge for the registration.
Right.
Can only residents get the registration?
No, non-residents.
What does the registration give you?
But that's a way for us to charge the non-residents something. So we're not charging locals to register, but we're charging non-residents to register
Okay.
so that we
Thank
can
you.
capture something
That makes sense.
for being a non-resident and utilizing our services.
It's probably a bigger conversation.
Yeah.
I'm concerned if
Maybe it's a work
our
session.
Sherwood residents aren't having access because.
I agree. And we can pull up, we can track numbers and where people are coming.
Shopper budget that you
Yeah.
can kind of talk through about what are some of the dynamics and then what are options if necessary down the road.
To put a bow on, I think what Renee was saying earlier, and since this deliverable is going away, under the support and promote community well-being goal, you wanted to add the deliverable of figuring out what we do with the opioid dollars. Is that right, Renee? Is that what you were suggesting? I'm on board with that. Yeah, rest agree. Yeah.
I'm wondering, and I'm quickly looking at this. But since we have been designated the age-friendly city, if we might want to have that. The pieces that go into being an age-friendly city as deliverables or have that as a mechanism or a goal. But we've already reached it.
It's a requirement with development.
Correct. So do we need to have that somewhere in here?
What are the deliverables?
Ensure that
Well,
we
that's
continue to be an age friendly.
we're working on at the committee level is to go through the SWOT analysis of what we currently have that's working well. So it's housing, it's trails, it's lighting, it's all the above.
So maybe a placeholder for some sort of future deliverables once you identify what those are.
Yeah, and I could give you some of what's been identified, but I just, we need to have that somewhere. That's livability.
Work with.
I hear you.
The deliverable could be simply that we're working with our committees and Renee to come up with an action plan for the future.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Master plan.
We had it on a few years ago and it was to get the certification. So we did that. And now it's a 5-year process to implement
Right.
the different components. So we can.
Continue implementing. Yeah.
Great idea.
Come up with some
Like that one. I just like. Anything else? Is it strong enough now, or maybe just something in the back of our heads with regard to future facility planning, location opportunities, anything like that? It's something that we saw out of earlier, like you. Or you want to just keep it in the back of our mind?
I mean, I think we agreed to have that conversation around future facilities planning. It doesn't belong in livability necessarily, and probably.
Infrastructure.
As long as we're gonna have that conversation, I think we're good.
Sounds good. Great. All right. Thank you. So we'll talk a bit about the trail system. I can put you on the spot for that again.
So, we talked already about the TSP, working through that and the trail system. Is there any other questions about the trail stuff? That's what we're trying to tie it in.
Like Dan's wheelhouse.
It seems like a great opportunity to do like a citywide trail navigation map, in conjunction with that. We're getting the same data that we would for that, and then we'd be able to identify the gaps in the map as well, easier to see what the priority is for, our improvement list essentially.
Right. Trail navigation map and improvement list of deficiencies and gaps. Yep.
Would it be appropriate to add safety of the trails, i.e. tree roots, that type of thing?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
On this note, I don't know what the specific things would be yet, but I know the Parks Board has capacity. They don't really have any big projects on their plate right now. It's kind of every month. It's the usual kind of over the month kind of stuff they have to do to remove some things, but they don't really have any big meaty projects. So if something could come out of this, to Dan's point from the beginning of the session, we have people, and one of them's here, we have people on the Parks Board that are very invested in helping and want to help. We have to figure out how we can empower them in the right ways and what direction to give them, but I think they're very eager to provide help.
Wonderful.
To that point, and what Dan mentioned at the beginning is when this is done, when we come up with our goals, it's figuring out what maybe could be identifiable for each board, if there's something each board and commission can be working on, because I do feel that way, even with the police advisory board, that we're not always having something that they could be working on.
We kind of throw something at boards occasionally. I'll throw this to cultural arts or whatever, but I think like maybe yearly, we need to make that part of this process is where can we empower each board? Yeah.
Big and small goals.
When we've implemented those meetings with them twice a year now, and so this is just the next step of, okay, now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make sure at the end two things. And one, in addition to talking from staff capacity, maybe just talk about are there board assignments of the years. I think you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, one of the things in addition to the safety is wayfinding on them. So, I discover the trails, right? But if the board wanted to look at, my idea would be look at what other cities do to help people know where the trails are, how to take advantage, how to discover new ones, all the other stuff, and then just, is that signage? Is it brochures? Is it part of what we advertise to businesses that, hey, come here, we have this awesome trail? You know what I mean? Like, how do we do that now so that it's useful by more people? Because I've lived here 25 years and there's still trails where I go, oh, I didn't know that this was here.
Yeah, I think we talked about this last year, about a year ago. It's kind of an offshoot of the conversations we're having about the medallions on the bridge and some of the wayfinding we might do along the bridge. And I know I brought this up of the idea of like, we should have some sort of theme citywide that we can put on all the various trails we have around the city with wayfinding markers and whatever we want that to look like. I think it's a combination between Parks Board, Cultural Arts Commission probably to take this on, but it is, I know we don't have money, but we have budget for small amounts of money every year in these areas, right?
Small signs are pretty cheap.
We could pick this off over time, like just like we do with some of the other stuff, right? If we $50,000 a year, whatever it is, and you can make significant headway in 5 years, right?
Talk about a great project for the Parks Board.
Yeah, Parks and Cultural Arts together, yeah.
And frankly, we might be able to do it cheaper than we thought, just because, we saw the result from the high school students doing the medallions, even when we go, oh, well, which we wish we made some of those more permanent, you know what I mean? Like, we might even be able to figure out, as long as we give them the design language and the stuff like that, and say, hey, here's how we're gonna do wayfinding, then it could be a 5-10 year project, right?
Good stuff, Counselor Stanky.
But the only thing, just for the wayfinding, to have some type of standardized wayfinding signs for the city
Oh, yeah.
would be ideal.
So that's standard.
That's what we mean, yeah, like,
You are designing the same.
yeah.
You know what you're looking for.
Yeah, be very helpful.
Something that came up in the conversation about trails and wayfinding was the idea of an app, a trail app. Something maybe similar to what TBNFR does with their pulse points. Yeah. That type of thing.
On some of the existing trail apps.
Right.
Thank you for the thought. This is great.
It's a wonderful thing. In my realm, my perspective, I kind of assumed that was part of the website / city app thing, but
They do have the interactive city map, but it's not specific to the trail system yet.
But it might be something you could do in the existing city app instead of a standalone app.
I think that,
But we could look at both options.
yes, I think that's the same data captured, and so it. Yes.
Frankly, I would also, Renee, I don't know if we can throw this to the youth advisory committee. There are programmers at the high school that might be interested in creating an app using, again, open source, real tools that are being used by developers that are essentially free to use to do that kind of thing. It doesn't have to be updated that frequently because our trails don't change that much. You know what I mean? But we could figure out a project for that.
Existing.
So, and just not to pile on too much, I can't remember the name of the city, but they had an app created that it wasn't just a map, it was interactive and it gave history lessons and certain parts of the trail. You know, like if you're in Stella Olson, I talk about this used to be a sawmill, right? You know, brickyards, you know, all that kind of stuff. There's all kinds of cool stuff with like photos and stuff too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Some great conversations for your community. And number of boards. Thank you, God. In regard to new trail development, anything to identify there, Craig and Christian?
On the, sorry.
Let's analyze trail requirements for new
Yeah,
development.
take that one. So.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer. The development code in some cases requires trails. I think this could actually be improved to have more teeth. A lot of developers have been actually putting in trails like Brookman and a lot of the new subdivisions. They'll put it in voluntarily. They do it because it checks the open space requirement and they don't do a park basically. But I think we could get more teeth in here. We need more teeth in here. So I think we should assign this to a planner this year. Capacity allowing them.
I also think we need to really hold Metro's feet to the fire. They have a Tonquin Trail Master Plan that they put together that has a lot of trails in our city. And they bring in a lot of parks money. I mean, they could be allocating more funds to get these done. They put the plans in place and let the spec cities just figure it out. So I think we need to put a lot more pressure on Metro to help them.
Yeah, we applied for our RFFA. Jason, what was that one called? Our RFFA, I think it was. We didn't get that grant from Metro for the Ice Age element.
Well, even that's getting left in paint, so. Yeah.
Would it be helpful if different gaps were identified for these grants, or is that not as?
For Cedar Creek Tonkin Trail, like what, they're pretty clear and we applied for phase 2 of the Cedar Creek Trails, what we applied for and didn't get that funding. Really, what I'm thinking about is new development in Brookman, certainly once we get to Sherwood West, and it's really Brookman that I'm thinking of, and making sure that when the new development goes in, they don't not continue the trail system. So far, they've all done it, even though I think it's questionable whether the code we could actually require them to. And then, you know, we have, of course, we have all sorts of gaps. I'm thinking, right by Stella Olson Park. I think there's, you know, that's a sidewalk, but there's a sort of infill. We're not likely to get new development there. And so that would need to be capital or a grant or something like that. And actually, you know, the city would do that because it's not going to cover with development, basically.
Thank you. Any other questions on that element? And then before we move specifically to Cedar Creek Trail, Ice Age Tonquin Trail, any quick updates we want to on that?
I'm sure you're keeping aware of just when we had the conversation that when new water services for the dump line in on the west side. They look like they are agreeable putting a trail on top of it as they do that project, so. That would be huge if that's true.
Really don't want to. Let's say.
I'm sure, and I have no idea what timing they're, what they want to put that line in.
Last I heard from Jill, get Brooklyn done and then they're gonna start. I think they might be waiting to see what's going on with Sherwood West too. Last conversation with me, because I followed up about the piece of property. Because it kind of been, just went nowhere after a while.
Yeah. Yeah, well, our partners got distracted on other topics for one.
Anything else on trail system? Okay, so with regard to the next, I know there's some interesting conversation here, so. Specific goal or deliverable to identify, promote and monitor diverse housing that will accommodate a wide variety of life stages and needs. That may have you all focus, staff just kind of give some updates of your approach on this, and then we can have some good thoughtful conversation on it.
We have infill, various locations of infill that provide opportunity for multifamily, maybe mostly found. We have the Brookman addition, which is our most near-term opportunity for housing within, development applications coming now in the Brookman. And then we have Sherwood West, of course. So those are our opportunities. We are going to be required to do a housing production strategy by the end of 2027. Housing capacity analysis by the end of 2027. And then a housing production strategy by the end of 2028. That's basically the new, what do we used to call it? Housing capacity analysis, what we used to call it.
Housing needs analysis.
Needs analysis, what we used to call it. Last one we did was in 2019. So it's been about 6-7 years since we've done one. This is a state requirement. This new requirement, they have really changed how the planning has to happen at the local level. And the targets that we need to hit. So we're going to get a number of units, and the price points, not the price point of the unit, but the income range that unit needs to be available to. So there's going to be, it's 0 to 30, of the median family income, 30 to 60, 60 to 80, 100 to, and then onwards. And the state has already given us those numbers, and we need to do a housing production, strategy that says where all of that can go.
But wait, the state has told us we need this many units available.
In 0 to 30.
In 0 to 30. So units available or new units? Totally.
Capacity to accommodate those units, and then they're gonna track if we actually attain those units.
Those are new units added that we need added to.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, it'd be a 20-year time frame.
You share those numbers with us that we've been.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. If there's a lot more detail, and then there's going to be more tracking. I mean, there's going to be a website. Here's how Sherwood's doing. Here's all the housing that's delivered. They've delivered a whole bunch in 120 plus, but it's 0 to 30. And then there's going to be potential actions the state is already threatening if we don't hit those numbers.
And I just, because we are, of course, sorry, never mind. That's, I'll let my tongue.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go down there a little bit. But the challenge with all this too is they're setting targets. They have their starting capital is actually is working on penalties if you don't hit it. We're getting no tools, we're getting no money. And at the same time, there's a bill being introduced in Salem that would require cities to compensate developers who require them to do affordable housing. So Salem's making it incredibly difficult to achieve some of these goals. And to be clear, I'm all for affordable housing. We gotta have a path to get there. So we're in other words, correct me if I'm wrong here, they're setting goals and setting kind of punitive actions they can take without any tools to actually achieve those goals.
And worse than not any tools, the rules are changing in real time.
Yeah.
To even be able to achieve those, even if we have the tools.
Exactly.
And the penalty, if you will, I think that we might be most concerned with is related to local control is model code. And so if we don't hit targets, then they will apply a model code throughout the city. And the idea is that that model code would then result in the types of housing that we need, because our code literally hasn't put something.
That's the code problem.
Ignorance, the closure is a problem.
Yeah, it's this assumption that the code is the problem.
Yes, sir. One way to combat this, though, coming up with hey, here's how we are going to get more affordable housing in Sherwood. And by the way, I'm even okay saying, hey, we can't do all of this kind of housing because of where we're physically located. We can only really do this kind, but here's how the plan is, and we can point to it as a plan from staff that we've then discussed. That's why I want to have something that we can point to that says, well, your law is going to interfere with us delivering this kind of housing that's more affordable. And we're going to have to go back to the drawing board, because we have that plan in place, right? And so that's where I've seen these other cities, it's granted, some of them taken 20 years to do it, but they had a very, a plan early on. Hey, we want 1% that's housing in this new area that's gonna, you know what I mean? Like those are the numbers I just want staff to, right? To
I understand the sentiment, and I know, I'm not gonna say which city it is, but they had a plan like that, and then Salem continues to pass mandate that have actually destroyed their plan. Right, so I think.
I don't think there's a plan that's gonna let Salem say, oh, never mind, ignore what we're doing because you have this plan. They don't seem to care what the plan is.
When the governor goes on the radio and says cities are the problem, I understand the sentiment, want to work with them, but we have to be very defensive on this too.
Okay, but it doesn't seem like this is it feels like a battle that we will lose.
We've been trying that route for 5 years and it's gotten us nowhere. I'm not trying to be flippant, and I'm not saying we don't have plans. I'm just saying we have to, the reality is Salem's not going to give us a pass just because we have a plan.
Keith and then Doug.
So I'm excited about the goal that we need to have this next year of having a meeting, conversations about housing choices as part of master plans in Sherwood West, and what that would result in, plus the state's mandated requirements of this, that, and the other thing, and how that impacts things. And of those requirements in the state, how much of that is achievable with our plan, and how much is only going to be achievable if this nonprofit comes in and builds, that housing, because so far nobody's knocking on our door to build new affordable housing projects in Sherwood, because we don't have mass transit, which all those projects want.
Required.
Yeah.
Required, for funding.
Yeah, and so I'm looking forward to having this conversation, because to part of it, I agree that if we say, hey, here we're doing all that, the key part of our plan is to have a nonprofit come in here and build a project. They don't want to come because we don't have mass transit or whatever the reasons, I don't know. Then
we get penalized because of that.
If it's far enough in advance of a deadline, then we go back to the state Salem and say, all right, so Salem, are you going to create a nonprofit to come into Sherwood to do this, or what is the mechanism to achieve this now?
Yeah, so there's two things that I don't know if these are deliverables, maybe they are, that I think we should look at doing this year. Firstly, we've danced around and talked the affordability too for years. I don't think as a council, we've ever had a conversation on defining what that means for us and aligning on what we want to go after when we say affordability. Just a word that can mean a lot of different things to a lot of people. I think internally, we need to have that conversation so we can set direction.
I couldn't agree more.
So I think that might be a series of conversations. So let's get that on the agenda. That's a deliverable to me, defining what affordability means for us and our community, and then going forward with whatever that result of that is. Secondly, I am now of the mind that our best approach forward on Sherwood West may just be partnering with developers, right? And so I think the idea of getting legislation we like in Salem and having code that achieves our concept plan and trying to accomplish Sherwood West in that direction may not be possible anymore. Let me just finish. And so my thought is maybe we should have, like, whether these be work sessions or we form a subcommittee of council members or something where we actually sit down with Sherwood West developers and we start putting together, what do you want to do? Like, there's, before any application, before any annexation, right? Just, and we try to work with them and partner with them on accomplishing these goals for diverse housing types, different types of housing, different price points of housing. And maybe there's a path forward where we can get close to what we want through that mechanism versus the Salem mechanism.
I hear that. Yeah, I think that that's exactly why we put the annexation policies in place. But it's requiring that partnership, so we go into it eyes wide open on what we're gonna.
The difference, let me say, one difference I'm saying here is that instead of on a parcel by parcel annexation, we have it ahead of time.
Let me get
in the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that at all. If we can get that agreement, I think where we have to be careful with Salem is getting preempted on even our ability to do that. I think that's part of it. But the other thing I wanted to add was this right here, this is the reason I stole this from you. We need this program as well for housing, right? We need to be out there front and center saying, part of the reason Salem's winning the argument, the home builders are winning the argument with the legislature is they say cities are taking too long. We need to be able to show, no, we're not. We got this great program. We're fast track you. Here's how you move through it. Here's how we get things done. It's like red carpet for housing. And it kind of goes along with what you're saying. I'm all for partnering with developers. We just have to be wide open about what that means. And
we're going to have to give up some stuff. It's going to have to be a compromise.
And this has sort of been one of Taylor's ideas, so.
So in fact, I've spoken with several and they're totally willing to come to the table and just have a whiteboard session of, but I think your point is perfect of you got to define what we mean. And I always just kind of stuck a thing in the ground. I originally said a $250,000 2-bedroom, 1-bath, I was just picking something to give somebody to react to. And I've now gone up to 300, but you know what I mean? Like but just saying, hey, this is about what the vibe we're going for. And then for developers to say, well, we can do that if you can fast track us, if you can, we'll donate this parcel to you for cottage houses. If we can get these other things fast tracked, I think that there is a way to do it. And to the mayor's point, if the governor stands up and says the cities are the problem, it's much easier for us to stand up and say, we're not, we got shovels in the ground over here and we're building this kind of housing that is needed and that's wanted and is affordable. You know what I mean? Other than just saying, well, because you guys aren't being good partners, I would rather say we are doing it. We're producing houses that are livable, that work in Sherwood, that young families or seniors are able to move in. You know what I mean? Like it changes the conversation of we're not the problem here, right? We're doing it the way that it should have been done in Salem.
I mean, we haven't been the problem.
So I know, but we can't say that when our median home is, $800,000.
That's not been by the city's decision. The city hasn't made.
Real quick, I'm gonna take it, Mayor, and then I just have a suggestion after that on the conversation.
So my response to the governor saying cities are the problem, and I've been out there saying this a lot, is no, cities is a solution. We really want to solve for this, and cities are going to solve for it. So I agree with that 100%. If there's a path on a local level, we can get some agreement with developers. I agree with that as well. The caution, and I would want to go down that path. The caution I have is I don't believe it's going to change Salem's trajectory. Right. And so if we can get some annexation agreements and get us to where we need to get, great, but it's not going to change Salem's trajectory. So.
I do have a suggestion real quick. I suggest we take 5 minutes real quick. I'm being thoughtful of time. This is great conversation. We've got more to come. We are hitting a little bit of a time piece. If we take 5 minutes, I think we can revisit this piece again, maybe beyond the kind of the approach Sherwood will have with the legislative body. I still think there's a little bit more conversation we need to have on what will be the approach that we address this issue. That we do after a 5-minute break, and then we look to also figure out what's the, make sure that we're gonna get through all the categories, if that's all right with y'all of you.
And there's food on the back.
So is there food?
So, are we ready to go? Yeah.
A working lunch.
We're gonna grab lunch. Good lunch.
Okay. We will more to come on this. It's not finished up, but I just do 5 minutes. I want to make sure that we're gonna be able to coordinate to get to all of your orders.
I feel better. I needed the distraction.
I was gonna say, that's.
Very light, yeah, very light.
Where the kids go. We got some soccer in there.
You laughed.
We got nothing going on. Got them.
This Saturday.
Yeah. All the cheats on, you know, the marketing.
Great.
We're guy, this task guy, you take it, see those things.
Yeah. They're like.
On that dollar.
Yeah, I believe I did. They hire you.
Yeah, but you get a look over it.
Exactly, no, yes, after each time you've got a. Test, oh yeah. It's not paid, it's not twice, it's pretty. That's cool.
And that's what you're saying.
Like, and maybe next weekend, start getting out in that yard. and get-
Oh, he's like in Minnesota.
Start working on
But I
it,
think
yes,
it's like
and then,
this. You just said no. No,
insect
no,
or
no.
the-
But if the developer.
the disease still on those trees, they don't sit upon us so much.
Now you put that in the ground and you.
Like water it, the tip from the previous owner for that street, has so much tap on the cards.
If they could, but the developer, right now, is they want it.
Or
You can offer real.
Salem said.
No,
I'm serious. I don't give a shit what Salem was doing.
Yeah.
And like he wants the result.
And one of those, I'm not a street guy, it's just.
They are.
Really
wants.
We have to work with the developers now.
I like
I can do it. I think everybody else should. Obviously, drive a lot of these plans.
Yes, yes, those are the words in town.
We have to stop relying on.
They're gonna sell, wait, control. What it be?
Right.
We've been so focused in trees, and like somebody already know that they have to adhere to. That's not gonna
Been
happen.
doing a fine job.
If they don't continue to do pillar code, we have to just solve the problem. Build something.
Talking about a tree
That's as good as they
Yeah.
can.
in the back.
We got these monsters.
And. Sounds perfect.
Yeah,
They're gonna build.
Well, sidewalks, they're in like,
You're gonna put 20.
Take care of those,
yeah.
but
You know.
nobody's driving down our road.
Man, it's a good stuff. That was more.
I don't know what to do. I think, on Stevenson.
You got these
Road
giant
and-
trailers. Oh,
Yeah. Been on Stevenson Road and. By, Jackson.
Was that that guy? But it's probably carrying your sign.
But they did rebuild the road.
30.
They got her sick.
Different now.
Fire truck, see, you couldn't cut through. But what about until the fire down that?
Yeah, I don't know.
They have.
That's right.
Yeah, oh, I think it's just.
Yeah, totally, man. It's around now.
So the city like trailer.
Days, we're thinking. Flying share. That's what they're doing.
Oh, that is.
Then we got all the Tommy built.
Yeah, it starts to be, there's a development coming in. 99W that's. Yep, it's gonna put some kind of right now, but it doesn't.
And maybe it's the bucket, not for what we.
And then we didn't put in the Timber project going in, that's just gonna be a.
What nonprofit is that?
That kind of.
What's your? Oh, yeah.
Signal expert. Signal controller. I'm gonna have to be a truck, honestly, to go find this stuff.
People working.
I've been back with fighting this stuff.
Yes, we appreciate it.
But I'm saying it's all the way back to the way it was. Just such
an ideal location.
Street lights and this thing. It literally made.
It's nice though.
To say, hey, you got some signal? I do whatever I need to do. I mean, sure. One of the 100 years. That was one of the things that, what are your days? It's like, this is that. It's happened. Like, I should have.
It never was.
It's right here. It's very flying time. Sorry.
Well, I think you should have lost. 99. Fired. Seven, school to seven.
I can drive down in my. Something weird, like a senior high.
Yeah.
So now it's still 45. We got people. They're asking us to be done. Like, just talk over my contacts there on Friday. Yeah, really. 5 months.
We're layered. Volume of traffic.
There are, but then we have we can get some acceleration lanes. That's what I think are.
Anyway, that's, so I think you're very much.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. Provide the extra lane just for internal city. Because if you do that over and then get off like That's a good idea. Yeah, that's. All out there.
I see you. Pecked off the bird. And then let's, what kind of like the next on your agenda? I know there was. Just like you're expecting. So. Some of those have come to fruition.
Yeah. It'll be good to.
Yeah, I'll love to hear.
Yeah.
I think that's important.
You're nice, to be honest, they changed. This is the lead-in time going across the crossovers, the sunset. All I had to do was my friend over in traffic incident. That's fast thing here. And
Wishing you the best.
The lead-in time was changed. I know I got traffic in there.
Well, next time, thanks.
I would call it this song. It's like you got a network and it's be nice.
It's been in the.
And they built up. You're like, all right, yeah, let's take a look at it.
Nice to have friends like that.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you have where like. Some of my better friends are across county traffic. You're out at 50. Yeah, you're.
Yes, that's beyond the legacy aspect of it, so now we'll do some ideas of what we want to say. I just want to let them go and so you can get to the next.
You sent them.
You have to take some notes. Yeah, fine, but sorry. You have to take notes.
No, I don't. I'm just taking notes, just to things I want to remember. Circle this. Yeah. It's just so much easier.
It's simple.
Right there. Right.
Yeah, I've been keeping it.
Yeah.
Nice. Kind of
I've been doing it since like junior high. I just been doing it.
Yeah. You'll do that.
And it's long enough to where it's like I can
And if you get it like every two, having a full minute. That helps out. But I think if you didn't want to call it Mark.
There you go.
Complaints or something. Yeah. Tanner, there it's stuff. I think it's their top priority.
That's wonderful. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I believe in it. Believe in it. That's believe in Mark. You know, everybody is so good. People think that's
You're right, yeah, we just, but it's just a matter of, and I can bet information is what I've seen.
Yeah.
They're
better.
It's probably
It's just like fun in our robotics. Oh my God.
projects again.
I don't know how long.
Okay, that's why I don't really have any specific later.
So the New York City. There you go.
Done on time for the. They've never done all weather with the level time. It's hard to have a project.
I'll tell Roy, you can tell the chief, then we gotta.
Oh, we lucked out, or not lucked out.
We're gonna reconvene.
Post a little bit.
What they were.
Yeah. I've got kind of on there. Or just goodness.
Good.
But yeah, we're,
It was good. Tonight down one.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Can I add an additional perspective or something?
on process or on
Discussing.
yeah, I'm gonna absent. I had a suggestion to Holly. Yeah.
Better, we'll break it down.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene, kind of finish where we were started. We'll talk a little bit more, but real quick, Councilor Browse, you had a suggestion, and I know I was gonna talk with Councilor Giles and Merritt I and talk about the best way to kind of go through this very challenging issue, but yeah, Councilor.
Simply wanted to add an additional perspective to the conversation. I loved the comment that Councilor Scott made about the affordability issue and the idea of partnerships. And this is my interpretation of something that I heard about nonprofits not wanting to come in and provide affordable housing because we don't have the transit system and some of the amenities. The additional perspective that I would like to share is that we already have those individuals in our community that are living here, they're losing their housing, their ability to afford. So we could potentially find a partner that would build for those individuals that are here, that have grown up in this community and want to stay in this community, but no longer afford the community.
That'd be awesome.
So those are just my alternative or my additional perspective to this conversation.
Really appreciate it. I know that Councilor Giles, you had once identified a committee that actually approaches it, and I did some research on that. Any quick observations?
Yeah, 100%. All I would be looking forward to is giving staff permission to be able to say, okay, here's what affordability looks like in Sherwood. And granted, you're gonna pay more for a house in Sherwood than you will other places. So that's why I want it for this particular area. And then the second part is, what are some ways that communities have done it? Because, you know, and again, on the program I was researching that I was referring to you is done in Boulder, Colorado. They now have 4,000 affordable places that are at about $300,000. But some of them are built by students at the high school that are built in a factory that now is owned by the city, that is a partnership with Habitat for Humanity and the city. And the year round, they build these modular homes that are on cement foundation things that they've replaced the entire trailer park in. And they've now given these, well, not given, but you know, they've affordably allowed these people to have an upgraded home that now increases the property value of everything around. You know what I mean? Like there was, and I'm not even looking for that 20-year term. I'm just saying, let's get the ball rolling by saying, hey, here's what it means to have housing that's more affordable in Sherwood. And here are some options that we might look at how to get there. And let's discuss it now as a council.
No, that makes sense. So again, a great conversation. What I'm kind of hearing and wrapping up is if we can work with the Sherwood folks on identify what affordability means, what are some of the tools in the toolbox that we have, and let's keep in mind those Sherwood residents specific. in mind, and there are ones that you can do that are incentive programs, down deposits that allow you.
In addition to partnering with developers like Councilor Scott was saying, we need to look at our own selves, because some developers have said, well, if you change this setback, or if you did that, this, that, there could be things for targeted bits of code that we can do as a city that make it more affordable for that particular, you know what I mean? So there's, it's that and partnership with financing and all of these other nonprofits and stuff like that. But it's developers in the city and us that need to give some options.
Absolutely love to get you guys.
Put a ball in this, the two studies that I was mentioning, we will, even though there's state mandates and there's going to be some walls that were sort of put in between, it's going to be contextualized for Sherwood. So we're going to do public participation. We're going to talk to local developers. We're going to talk to the city council, planning commission. And I think the way I understand it now is the affordability is going to be defined for us, actually, based on the area median income in 0 to 30, 30 to 60. But what you guys will have the opportunity to do is say, here is where this type of housing is most appropriate. So you're going to be able to land it in the Sherwood way. But we are going to be, what I'm hearing is that the next two studies are what is affordability? What does it look like in Sherwood? Where does it go? That's what we are going to do. That's what the state is mandating us over the next 3 years. So we're going to start that for this year.
And then on top of that, I'm hearing is could we look at some once that is something that's identified, and in addition, where maybe it's located, what would be some of the mechanisms that we could do to necessary to promote that?
Absolutely, and that's the second part, which is the strategy.
And I think, our goal here is to set a deliverable to go off and do this work. I'm just trying to
So
we have.
We need to.
Sounds good.
But there's agreement that this is a deliverable.
Absolutely.
And
so we'll
And like I
craft
said,
something and then share it.
letting this, letting out, yes, I did. I want to know what the state is telling us they're supposed to be. That's just a good point, data.
You have to know what the expected outcome is.
Yeah, I send you the numbers. Yeah, it's in a table. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Really good. Obviously, this is a huge, broad issue. It is good that you talk about it in a strategic setting. And so obviously more to come. As we said, plenty of time to get in the weeds as we do that. Next, we'll talk a bit about some of the environmental initiatives that we're looking at. I thought that was helpful that you had put that it's achievable and impactful. And remember when that's one of the big campaign that you've identified some of those. Reviewing the benefits and offer perspectives for amending the city tree code.
The really quick, I guess, feedback that I would be looking for here, it seems like we're looking at tree code update this year. The one area that I would recommend we do at a minimum is translate the code from subjective to objective. There is a new state law that says tree code as it relates to housing development and land use review has to be clear and objective. So we need to take the subjective part of that code and translate it to objective so it doesn't get thrown out during development review. My question and what planning commission wants to know and others are, do you want us to do a more comprehensive tree code update, budget, staff level permitting, and not just translate this from objective to subjective, but really look at a broader code update for trees?
Yeah, my feeling is that's another thing along with trails that people always mention about Sherwood and what they love about it. And so, I'm not sure where the gaps are in the tree code right now. So maybe it's a work session, maybe it's a memo. I don't know.
Or doing something different than state mandated.
Maybe it's.
I mean, there might be a great one, but let's understand the problem or opportunity.
Well, it says planning commission proposed tree code update as a priority item, so maybe it'd be helpful to understand why planning commission is thinking it's needed.
Yeah, let's see. I think their feedback and concern is around greenfield developments and mature trees. So Cedar Creek Gardens, I think everyone's aware of that. Mature trees, brand new development. I think the concern is less about street trees, for example, and types of street trees. It's less about We have a 30% canopy with industrial commercial, 40% canopy with residential. So that's after we allow them to cut down trees. And so the focus was really on preservation of existing trees and in particular mature trees. I think our code right now is quite strong on requiring the trees to be put back. But it allows you to cut them down in the first place, and I think that was the main concern.
They cut down all the existing trees and then they plant. Trees, sorry.
So I understand, sorry, let me finish up on mine. If planning commission is a priority for them, they're meeting from us that it's also a priority? Because they're not gonna work on it if it's not a priority of ours.
They're yielding to you and they're saying, hey, if you guys want us to work on it, like we recommend we do. So
They're recommending.
Sounds like we're probably gonna need a conversation outside the goals.
I think the conversation is good, and my concern on the tree code is large greenfield development where they're cutting these trees down for just convenience, not necessarily because it's in the way of a home or a road.
Yeah.
Right. And, you know, is there preservation opportunities out there? Sometimes you just can't do it, but
There's also the idea you could design or development differently in a different configuration and save more trees and end up with the same number of lots and whatnot.
Exactly.
Can that be done through incentives? Like if you preserve X amount,
There's tools currently. But I think let's have a work session, chat about the pros and cons of doing something different.
yeah, we can lay this out for you, what the identified issues are, pros and cons.
But if you have a certain size grove of mature trees, it's, for the most part, it's all or nothing. And if you start rocking them down, where they grew up with the support of the neighboring trees. And if they're very tall, you take 2/3 of them out or half of them out, the remaining ones are gonna blow over.
And maybe have a Gene, if not all of planning commission, at least Gene there for us to understand what's coming before them and why this is a concern of them.
And how much we have facility to deal with it related to the
Development, yeah, statement.
Right. Yeah.
Salem will say already.
They'll say, we're happy to let you cut down trees. But developers cut down trees.
So more broadly, we'll work with the commission, with what their perspectives, make sure they're aware of all these pieces, and then have a work session with council really to kind of look at this holistically. And congrats on having a strong one in place. One item, I apologize if I'm skipping forward, we could took that. You have practiced environmental stewardship where financially feasible that talks about the tree code and so are you all right? We go to review benefits and topics. Climate action plan, is that still something at this point that we want to have in here? Not that it's not important, but if it's not something that we're able to put resources to, is this something you want in your thoughts?
I would love to have a work session this year to help define the scope from council. What this would look like. I feel like it's too broad, too ambiguous for staff to have direction for where to go with it right now.
I'd be starting out something smaller.
My question around this one is always. It's a tiny little town, what we do. Can't just by. Law or by natural law. It could be, isn't gonna have a very big impact on the climate. Now, I'd love to hear from staff if there are. Tactical things we can do that will be beneficial. Like, great, I'm open.
From a city's perspective, and maybe let's define the opportunity of the question. It could be, are there things that we as a city and how the city operates?
Should be schools.
As just being a good example. Well, because we're doing this versus that. And then there's things we're trying to promote in the community or. Let's understand what we want to try to do.
We need to sit down and talk about it, because I'm not for performative stuff, but if getting a grant to do solar on the city, city hall roof. That's not performative, that's real, right? Yeah. So I think there's opportunity.
This is an area.
Yep, we're good.
This is an area we can really involve the youth advisory committee. They've expressed interest in this topic.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have a staff person that could engage with the advisory committee on this?
Step one.
Oh, I know, the liaison and.
Yeah, I think before we go there, we need to probably.
Define it ourselves first, yeah.
Yep, I hear you. Okay, so we'll make sure to kind of bring that back as a workshop, get that further defined and what could be those elements where Sherwood could be a good steward toward that, and then look at action item, which includes utilizing. Wonderful. Okay, next we had invest in community enhancements, parks and public spaces. Wonderful goal. Designing, I mean, that's certainly design concepts for single story flex building on the lot in front of the arts building. So any quick updates?
Yeah, we have a draft RFP will go up for that, likely in February, and have a consultant, take a look at, and through a work session, bring alternatives for site. So preferred uses identified by you guys, feasibility, it's basically gonna be a feasibility study for, what are the, uses, cost of construction, based on the last work session, preference for the city to own, develop, maintain, operating costs, return on investment, all that sort of stuff, design as well.
One of the things we talked about with that is not just that lot, it's the configuration of that whole area.
Yes.
So with that, it's looking at.
It is, so we have a draft of the art center expansion already way in here, Kristen, if you'd like. The RFP will require them to build off that study and also look at the basically the entire area, including shared parking, shared utilities, all that outdoor space, that's everything. Amazing. Thank you.
Does that drift across the street into that other parcel on the corner?
It does not go into that corner parcel.
That was just on the
It would be the
outside
It
of,
would be the vacant pad plus the art center and the restaurant for parking area that drove.
Including the parking across the,
I don't think it'd be a problem to bring that in, like the parking right area.
Yeah.
Yeah, shouldn't be a problem to bring that in.
Gotcha. Next, we had identified acquiring parkland in Sherwood West area. Of course, you've been on that process. Congratulations in spring of 25.
Yeah, so I think when we acquired 8 acres, we're currently looking for the homeowner out there. I don't know if it'll be successful or not, but they're not in a hurry, similar to what we ran into before, so we'll see if that's happening.
Any other questions? I know you're very much on top of the plan over parks and trails in the area.
We talked, maybe it was just in a one-on-one, I can't remember, but we talked about essentially maybe creating an incentive for those people in Sherwood West to, that we could, freely partition their land or something to get a long piece along Chicken Creek that we could potentially do a trail or something. And we would is that something that we want to even investigate as to, because I know that it makes their land more sellable if they didn't have wetland in the back or whatever, and we would be able to then potentially get partial. Is that we want to discuss? And again, I can't remember if it was you I talked with or somebody else, but the idea that we could create a program that just says, if you want to divide your land, we'll do it for free. If you give it to the city for a park, and then you get to sell yours.
My only response would be if we get the master plan done right for Sherwood West, then it'll essentially be a requirement that they dedicate that area for us. And the annexation code that we adopted actually says you're not coming into the city unless you agree to dedicate that land for park space. The only caveat there is a full taking of the property. If we take all the value out of the property, then it's a constitutional taking. You can't do that. You got to compensate them for it. But as long as there's some value left in the property, we can get the land.
Okay. Yeah, very big stream corridor requirement.
Yeah.
Setbacks. So, which is unique in the region.
Yeah.
And so we're able to usually capture all of that as part of this normal development activity.
okay, they wouldn't be able to build everything.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing. They reduce, I don't make it easier for them to sell their land anyway. If we made it, okay, if I don't need to worry about that, I won't.
I like the great thing to bring up and think about. So it goes there.
We all want that trail.
Thank you. Sounds like right path going, so to speak, there. And then next, if we can chat a bit more on identifying, prioritizing investments in public art, maybe hear from staff first, and then I'd love to get your feedback, Council.
Yeah, so key projects this year that everyone's aware of was the bridge lighting, pedestrian bridge lighting, that was a big one. And then the Oregon Street artwork is finally complete as well, the deer that went in there. And Cultural Arts Commission's working on the medallions for the bridge. That's well underway. They also did the snowflakes that were purchased through a CEP grant that the Cultural Arts Commission helped oversee and recommend where those would go and also what was purchased. And then the other thing the Cultural Arts Commission is working on is the wrap for the restroom down at Canterbury Square. Thanks for that. So from a Cultural Arts Commission standpoint, they're very busy. They've got a lot on their plate, very much a working board. Yes, capable, has to. They do a lot.
Their priorities are your priorities as far as like these efforts. Wonderful.
Yeah, the council gets to ultimately weigh in on most, all of the suggestions. So they get to say yay or nay and give feedback, think about blah, blah, blah as well.
Feels right to you as far as the right composite and about the right level of investment, obviously watching fiscal constraints. Which leads to the use of TLT funds. You had some conversations on that this year?
Can you take that one here?
Yeah, thanks for hearing a little bit on the TLT fund presentation back in October. I know it's been a little while. We will kind of bring back some findings to you sometime in the next month or two. I did have a chance to meet with the hotel, still after some financial issues, so and did compare some counties around. So I think we do need to be a little cautious, actually. After I looked at the numbers about raising the TLT, it would actually put us collectively, because the county is very high TLT, 9.5%. And actually, if we raised or doubled our TLT, it would make sure we're the highest in the state for TLT percentage collectively. So maybe move cautiously on that. We have talked to a couple of hotels. Last week, we met with a major hotel chain. They looked at the lot down lot G, which is right next to Canterbury Square, for one of their higher end brand portfolio. So they're gonna talk to investors about seeing who would be interested in that plot.
So the county is collecting a tremendous amount of TLT. Is there an opportunity to, either to secure some of that as gifted towards us? It's a long shot. I'm just saying, they're collecting a ton of money.
Yeah.
And they put their fork in the ground, decades ago at that rate.
Yeah, they do give us the 3% of that 9. So they give us 3% of the 9.5 they collect. Plus, we also have a 3% or 2.3% TLT in our city. So we do get a little bit from the county. Maybe there's some room to negotiate a little bit.
Or additional, maybe one-time grants, every other year for those of that.
Explore Walton Valley, that TLT funds Explore Walton Valley, and we should be going after those grants.
We're just not gonna apply for that, but just. The league is gonna once again try to get more flexibility for cities on TLT to lift different 30% general usage to 70. And that might put pressure on us with the county, because they might start looking at funding other things.
That will be passed this year.
Is the reason that the numbers don't look good when you look at the numbers because they don't have occupancy, or is it? It's management.
At the Hampton Inn?
Yeah, like why would we be looking to get another hotel in town, even though I know the study said we could handle 3? Right?
This would be a different style hotel. So it's mainly more higher end hotels that are kind of looking at Old Town. A completely different kind of market, but there are actually hotel chains looking at another slot on Highway 99. But I
wouldn't want to air their issues out.
No, we don't have to. I'm wondering, we had this theoretical study done.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if it's matching reality. Well, we're not hosting enough athletic events, or we're not doing it. You know what I mean? Is that why we're not getting capacity?
What has the occupancy rate been at our one?
Yeah, and it's not our problem to solve. I just want to make sure before we say, yes, we want to raise it and we want more hotels that we're able to like, I mean, you know,
I think have to solve it in here.
yeah, no,
They're
okay.
completely different uses, you know, we just recognize that we need to have some conversations.
Anything else within that community livability element that you're thinking it really needs to be brought out or that is not identified? Okay, so a couple other categories that we have ahead of us are public safety, and then of course we will then also talk a little bit about financial management. There can be some overlap there, of course, given some of the conversations we have.
One more thing on the CRP. Correct me if I'm wrong, there's two questions here. One, the rate that we may or may not decide to change. And two is how we're dedicating certain funds, which both of those are ongoing conversations still, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you for
Both of them are open. And maybe that should be two different deliverables. One deliverable is the rate, one deliverable is how we use the money.
So a couple of immediate things that I imagine, and there might be something else as you look, will be obviously always important to talk about public safety and the level of service and the challenges and trends that are coming. That's going to be an important conversation. Being aware that we only have a finite amount of time, it also then spills over to the funding requirements to make sure that we can support that and other important services that you have, and including other general fund services. And then there is still a conversation, I want to honor Craig's comment about, I think this is an important setting to have a conversation about citizen engagement and public communication as well. So just wanted to give you a heads up because I'm really trying to be thoughtful of time, which we're hitting it a little bit. So as that's the case, always keep in mind, if there's something you want to talk more or it needs to be talked about offline,
Oh, wait.
it's going to be a framework for decision making and we'll have how to talk through this. All right, so with that,
Wait a minute.
yes,
We're in public safety, right?
we are about to go to.
Okay, but you just said something about citizen engagement, which is in the next section.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is we got three things left. Public safety, your financial management, fiscal, and then public communication.
Okay.
We'll make sure you have time for all of it.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
These matter all would be done by one. These are, of course.
I'm totally, I've got time, but I'm really just trying to honor your. But you all tell me how you're doing, if we're speeding up or slowing down, but just kind of a feel for that. Okay, so continue police career cycle planning. Obviously, we're looking at deliverable as really identifying the programs that you have recruit and retain officers. Congratulations on, as I learned about that, you've all done a great job, chief, on really working hard to find capable laterals, recruiting well. Any quick observations you'd like to offer?
No, you touched on it. Obviously, our biggest challenge is just that hiring and retention. And our biggest thing is just looking forward to number one, succession planning, retirements, all those things that we can have foresight to minimize the impact, because I've talked at nauseam about the length of time it takes to get somebody up and running. So I think we've done a really good job with our marketing and just incentives that we offer to hopefully attract people, not only now, but we're looking at long-term to that retention and that return on our investment.
Wonderful.
So I agree, you guys have done an amazing job. Just look at our percentage of filled slots compared to agencies around us. I mean, you're basically beating it. Amazing job. My only question is, we have this marked as 50. Sounds like we have a good program in place. I'm developing more programs around this. Is it, I mean, I'm not saying the work's done. We have a program now. What's that other 50% in terms of deliverable?
We just tied it to the budget. It's halfway through. It's an ongoing, really ongoing, but that's why we got to 50 is probably closer to 100.
Because in some other areas, once we've got the program in place, we're taking it off. The deliverables. We can,
Come on.
yeah. That's not what I'm saying.
No, I understand. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Great solution.
Great job.
Okay. Well, obviously so much more to talk about with regard to your public safety needs and police. And I know you've had conversations as well, budget process and overviews, but I'm going to steer a bit to encouraging pedestrian, bicycle and driver safety. We have a couple of items in here, which I'd love to hear staff's report. And then certainly I think I've heard some priorities from all of you as well. So anything there, Craig and team, as far as the traffic safety advisory board or other measures to enhance pedestrian safety?
That was established, unless you guys want to talk about it, it's 100% should be removed.
I would like to add something that if we will council. I would love for the traffic safety committee to take on a project that looked at lowering our residential speed limits to 20 miles an hour. The data is clear on that. That 5 mile an hour difference saves lives. And we, especially because we have some like choke points in our neighborhoods, like Dewey Street, stuff like that.
Like universally?
Potentially, yeah.
I think you're,
Where it's our residential, yeah, and some cities are already doing this. The state gave us the power to do it 2 sessions ago. And I'm not saying do it, but I'd like to have our traffic safety committee take that on as a project. Sure. I agree with that.
Hey, man, I kind of thought we talked about it like the last 3 years.
Or officially guidelines with them.
Traffic safety committee explore the mile again, residential areas and pinch points. Is there another question?
No, but I do have, well, the first, like kind of it's both, I would say, the traffic safety board. As something that they can be helping with would be evaluating these things within their. Like direction from the council, both with like public education, e-bike etiquette, school zone awareness. These are things that would fall within their board that I could see as educational for council and for the community.
Especially the e-bikes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Public education, school awareness would be some of the charge within the traffic safety advisory board. Is that correct?
My suggestion.
Everyone
like that idea.
Excellent.
I would even expand that just slightly, that if they have recommendations on city code changes that we need, because like we have challenges with the definition of e-bikes versus motorcycles versus whatever. When do you have to have a driver's license? When do you not? If there's
Golf carts driving around the neighborhood.
golf carts. So if they have recommendations on ordinances that we need around that, like.
State. The state laws.
I don't know, maybe there's some gray
Yeah.
areas in there we can work.
Got it.
Or maybe it's just educational, right? There is no difference, it's just like bringing awareness and education, like Dan.
And then the second part, would it be helpful for like a semi-annual or annual reports for the complaint trends or recommendations, projects from the truck safety board?
Yes, I think so.
I love it. I mean, I know they've been operating, doing a great job, I'm sure, for years, but I've like no idea how many complaints they get, what the resolution of those are, like, okay, yeah, I'd love to have. I
I
think,
assume they track it and it wouldn't be.
Yeah, I have a great spreadsheet already.
Yeah.
just send us a spreadsheet. I don't need extra work, just include us in the distro list. There you go. To your point, I think an annual report would be nice.
I think it's 50, just go through it into AI and we'll give you something.
Yeah, there you go.
Anything else with regarding to expanding pedestrian safety primarily in the school zones, either for staff or?
I think we just did the mobile speed camera with council, so we're good there. Elementary school, we just did. Rich, can you give a quick update on the sunset? From the section? And from Archerland, from Milton. Oh, yeah, so this project's been going a little longer than we anticipated. We are receiving some of those long delay lead items. We're still anticipating, hopefully, at the end of February, being able to stand up that signal at that intersection. So progress continues. We went through and corrected the ADA ramps. We did some legends out there as well. So yeah, anticipating and that commissioning of that line.
Well, you have on here, will begin design for rapid flashing beacons at Archer Glen. That's different than
Yeah, so what we're doing.
as a temporary fix or a cheaper fix.
It's a cheaper fix, but I think getting a design so we can even qualify to have a shovel-ready project for safe routes to school or anything that we want to go after for the mid-block crossing there. So that's what, they're just starting on that since our last meeting.
So Kim brought up, it's a Tiger that went after CGB grants for some of their stuff.
Yeah, I had sent that to. Yeah, they did a grant request through CDBG for the hybrid something or other through a school zone and I thought potentially we could qualify through the Archer Glen area or Hawksview because Archer Glen has near apartments, the low income apartments, the mobile home parks, and then let's do the senior center and some low income. We don't know. We have to look at the next application process next year, but.
Good idea.
Thank you for bringing that up. All right, so as I look forward, anything in regard to safety on county-owned roads and in the urban growth?
When you read earlier, this is where we want to combine Chapman in this one.
Yeah.
And Eric, can you give anything that makes?
Well, we need to combine them. Does it make sense for them to be in public safety or infrastructure? Because we can either move this one there or that one here. I kind of think infrastructure personally, but
You got your structure.
right, okay, it's fine.
Yeah, it probably should be.
Yeah, I think moving the ED over to infrastructures.
Okay.
Yeah, and then on that one, yeah, so we've kicked off that project with the county. We're gonna have the first, public, participation opportunity at the January 28th, capital, improvement, open house that we're doing, transportation open house. We have 2 work sessions that are part of the contract with the consultant to touch base with you on that project. So, just really quickly, the county's always focused on throughput and freight, and you guys have spoken loud and clear, city's spoken loud and clear. We want Elmore Road to be, more of a neighborhood, kind of livable street. And so we got to work with the county, and I think your guys' input at those meetings is going to be really important in shaping that vision, with the county. So we'll bring that to you through 2 different work sessions.
99 is the freight and throughput road. Not Elmwood.
Right, and actually, we just met with the county. Fortunately, actually, based on their planning documents, it is not a freight route. They still tend to talk about it as a freight route, but formally it's not.
With the improvement
Out of freight route.
On the county TSP or the city TSP.
and with the improvements that have been made to 99 and 12 Sherwood, and then there's no longer any need for anyone to pretend Elmwood should be a freight route.
Right, yeah, and I think yeah.
Right, or a through route, right?
Correct.
The 18-wheel truck ever goes in Elmwood is just amazing to me.
So that'll come to you this year. The project expected to wrap up at the end of this year, so 2 work sessions will come up pretty quick, probably late winter, spring for the first one, and the last one in the summer fall.
Good job.
So generally encouraging from your meetings in the county on the concept of what we're trying to do on Sherwood West with that road, because they're
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but the county has a long-term keep list, but they're the roads that they plan to keep. Federal Road is not one of those roads. And
Success.
so because of
I've learned something significant today. That's a big deal.
Because of that, they have, and we've had to use that quite a bit, it's because the county operations guys showed up and said, no street trees, yada, yada, yada. We said, no, this is gonna be our road. You guys need to weigh in. Street trees, yes. And so, we've pushed back and they've been hearing that. Jason and I, the last step, or the next step we're gonna take with them, Jason and I are gonna work on a cross section. So the county engineer has said, hey, Sherwood, propose a cross section for Elmwood Road. And that's the next step we're gonna take. So the answer is yes.
I know we just had a couple of roads moved from the county to the city, which is great. Is this a road where we could potentially use the things we just discussed to accelerate getting it into the city rolls and off the county rolls, or is that even something we want because of costs, maintenance costs or whatnot? I'm just wondering if we get it in the city sooner, then it makes it easier for us to do whatever we want to do with it.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I will say it's not gonna be a cheap road. I mean, part of the study is going to be looking at the crossing of Chicken Creek. And those bridges are gonna be expensive.
That's why we have development agreements.
Development agreement will help,
Reimbursement districts.
SDCs will help, reimbursement districts will help, yep.
And similar conversation for ED Road too, once that concludes to be permanent, so.
Yeah, so finish our ED alignment study, and then we're gonna transition right into the ED 100% design. Yeah.
My only thought is if we get those roads in the city sooner, it may give us better control over developing them.
Yeah.
with those little nuggets, it makes it even more in my mind, and Tim probably is already on that page, but transformative Sherwood West will be to the greater part of the existing part of Sherwood West too.
Yeah.
And so that's a big deal. That the county is not wanting to keep Elward.
It's basically 12th and Sherwood Road. Interestingly, Oregon Street, right in front of our TEA, and that's about it on their long-term keep list. Everything else comes to the city. Jason, do you know about Brooklyn? I'm not sure about that one, maybe. I don't know that it is though.
I don't think Brookman wouldn't make sense to be on the
No,
long.
it's not. I can send you the.
The county is concerned, because Clackamas County design beyond it.
All right,
Good conversation.
Move that one to
Glad
infrastructure.
there was some good info sharing there. Thank you very much for the. Okay, so then we're looking at a little more on enhanced overall community safety. And one of the items that you all had identified was the need for increased law enforcement coverage for your mental health response teams. And there's some conversation, you have some joint collaborations, it looks like, between Sherwood, Tualatin, and Tiger. They're slowly on our way. Any other quick observations on what the city can or should be doing in that area?
Don't get our hands are tied. With budgets.
Right.
There's gonna be things are outside of our control, be happening one way or the other. There's a lawsuit with the county and WACA about dispatch. And what's dispatched could have like ramifications. It could change the makeup of our police force. So too early to tell.
On the good news front, with supportive housing services dollars that Metro collects, it gets distributed to the county. What's being reconstituted, there's actually going to be a board that directs that's going to include mayors from each of the counties, because one of the big arguments we've been making is some of those dollars have to flow to sites. I believe the grant we got for the current MHRT program came through SHS through the county, so there might be opportunities down the road to get some more direct funding coming in.
That's great.
Are you confusing the SHS funds that are funding the homeless advocate that works for Tiger, Tualatin, and Sherwood? Not MHRT.
Some of the MHRT money came through that too. My understanding in talking to the county about that. And yes, there might be other opportunities as that stretches out.
Something else, staff, from that side? Thank you for that. So then, with regard to opioid settlement dollars, is that something you've had that conversation or have a good sense of the approach on that?
We mentioned earlier, we needed to add it in the first pillar, but it's already here, so
Yeah, so I was gonna ask too, so
we don't need it in both.
what's just more appropriate?
I think public safety makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't need to add it to the first pillar after all.
Then, next week, proactively review law enforcement needs for the planned Sherwood West area. Any quick observations first from the staff? I think we're gonna.
Sorry, you can say something. From this facility standpoint, I think having high level chats with the advisory committee staff on what additional space could be needed, have some early work on the building is.
That should probably dovetail into the larger overall facilities conversation too.
Are we
And
able
with
to do that?
library and public works.
Honest question, are we able to do that before you finish the plan of what Sherwood West looks like, that they were gonna say that they were gonna try to start?
I think from would have some general idea of numbers.
Okay, I think you can, from a high level. I think you can say, okay, here's some limitations of this property. And what. If we knock the wall, in my understanding when this was designed, but the walls on that end go up. Cover the grass, so how much additional capacity does that give our building? And that, how well does that serve, from a theoretical perspective, of a town that's 30,000 people or 35,000 people.
Right, that's
20,000 people.
right. The only thing I was thinking was, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong. If the industrial gets built first, we need X amount more officers. If residential gets built first, we need X plus 3. You know what I mean? And so like I
can see if you plan the capacity for the total build out.
the total build out and then just.
Yeah, the building's one thing, staffing's another.
My hearing, so have an informational effort that is given to stakeholder groups to help. Some of the.
We build an asset like that, it's a 30, 40, 50-year asset.
Sure.
So I think we know enough about Sherwood West to Keith's point to understand. So this is about, what does that look like to inform future bonds or grants or anything like that? I don't know if we need to have
I don't think we need to have a separate.
I wasn't thinking, I was thinking if you wanted to, but I heard, if I was right, is start engaging some of those important stakeholders.
So we have a police advisory committee, we have our public safety. So our existing folks that look for stuff, important tasks to do, and that's good conversations that they'll sink their teeth into.
For you.
I think when we're looking at facility capacity, we need to look at it collectively, not in these individual, like. I don't think we need the police advisory committee to tell us how many more seats we need to have in the building. Like, our staff will be able to answer that question. But I think what we need to look at is, okay, police needs this much more capacity, library needs this, senior center needs that, public works needs this. And collectively, and maybe then we have a conversation about what do we need on a bond or whatever to fund all of these facility things in one fell swoop if we can, right? So to me, it's more of maybe we need a bond committee at some point, right? That looks at all of this holistically.
Yeah.
But I don't think we need to have individual boards.
Well, I think what the board would
Take
do,
these
police
things.
advisory board, and what they helped with 6 or 7 years ago is. As Sherwood West grows, we're going to need X amount more officers.
Agreed.
And that's gonna mean X amount more space in a building, which will help define.
I just assumed we already know that, but if we need the board to do that, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, the boards they're already doing it. So I think it's the guess and.
But isn't it just a math? You have 10,000 people, it's this many officers, or is it that complicated?
It's simply conversations that are already taking place, so it's bringing them into the overall.
Putting them in meetings is
I'm saying to not include them.
so some of it is and then certainly, as Kim knows really well, and I think most everybody else does too, but with the senior center, the senior center for sure is the one facility we know that as long as there's federal money going into the community development block grant program, it's an opportunity for us to get those dollars.
I think where Doug's coming from, and I think it is a yes and, is each of these functional areas have requirements, but there's this overall piece that says, oh, what's the strategy? Because you can combine the police department with the library and stuff like that. So what's the strategy and how does that inform?
All three may say, we need more classroom space.
Right.
We don't need we might be able to, there's synergies there.
That's right. That's where that global comes in. Yeah.
Okay, so it does lend itself. I mean, to me, what I sense is an elephant in the room is having a conversation about an identified operational and capital facility needs. Comparing that to your financial resources. If you're seeing that there is some kind of gap, laying out what those options are. Once those options are starting to get distilled by this elected body, start an informational process first with your stakeholder groups, who can then give you feedback. Because you're the ones that ultimately have to make the decision on that. And then kind of build from that if it requires a levy increase, if it's a user, or whatever is the initiative that would require it.
Two very different things.
Okay, fair enough. Yes and no, I would say, because if you're gonna have a big investment to your community.
Very separate things.
Okay.
Looking at our core buildings or a build out of our community with Sherwood West, that is a thing. It's being strategic and thinking about it and then
right,
separate conversation of operational dollars that we need for the next 5 years.
Thank you for clarifying, but I do have a question from a law enforcement standpoint. If you're looking at needing.
For the most part, in the next population wise, in all reality, very little population growth in the next 5 years. Very little, because the timing thing, that things just go so fast in Oregon and that we're gonna be tied up still in the courts for another year and a half.
So
And
then what I'm hearing then, two things, we kind of migrated to the facility needs, that would be one aspect, then you're talking the other elements, whether it's operational needs, that would be a different conversation.
absolutely.
Okay. Got it.
And it's,
So we did,
and that's the first.
anything else on facilities then that we need to do before we talk a little more on the operational side?
I think we've exhausted that.
Yep.
We know what we need to do.
And staff has got a good sense of how to approach that for you?
Well, today's probably the first I've heard of it, so I don't know.
We've been thinking about some of this stuff, how I mean, it goes back to the police staffing, that we're gonna have a conversation. You know, as you mentioned, not a lot of growth, so 1.5%, something like that. When we get by year 8 with master planning and start developing, we need to be planning this in too. Maybe that gets to 2.5, when that all starts happening out 20 years. Maybe you end up with 31 to 37,000 as a population that build out. So what does that look like? What's the police department need expanded? Is that going from 17,000 square feet to 33,000? We need to do all our buildings, some sort of feasibility. I don't want to say master planning, but some sort of feasibility so we know what we need long term. So I think that's what I'm hearing from you guys.
And it's a multi-year, it's a work.
Yeah.
It's not whereas the setting, the community, how the city operates and delivers services for the next 5 years is a more immediate conversation. And are we gonna stick with our current level of service as, for the next few years? Are we wanting to enhance it or whatever? And then what's the path of making those conversations? Because if we ask the community that question, if they want to provide more resources to us, we have 3 dates the next 18 months. May of this year, November of this year, or November of next year.
Why is May of next year not an option?
That's our city charter. It's not a
Majority.
in May of a primary.
Oh, and it may have a.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay.
And so we have those 3 to choose to, if we're asking for new dollars. And so it's generally very unpopular to ask voters one of those questions on an election in November. So now if you stay on that path, then you're May of this year or November of next year. And when do you need the resources to do whatever the council is trying to do? Is it May of this year? Or can we wait till November of next year? So do we have other dollars that can bridge till May of next year, November of next year?
So I think coming back to the deliverable, we have a staffing deliverable, police staffing plan deliverable that we still need to continue to choose. And then we have this larger facilities conversation, which is not operational, which is capital that we need to pursue. So I think we all understand what we're trying to get after.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I skipped the fiscal year.
Well, no, we first were asked about Sherwood West. It then migrated to facilities, then operational stuff spilled in, and so that's where kind of like, so what I'm hearing is Sherwood West, to some degree, kind of identifying that there will be some additional resources and operational needs to address it and build out, which will have to be identified by staff. Chief, any other quick observations on that?
No, that's it.
Okay.
We'll project it as we go.
I would maybe modify this to be a little less specific about Sherwood West and more specific about police staffing needs, all encompassing over the next 5 years. Sherwood West is included in that, but it's not exclusive to Sherwood West. It's replacing some of what was lost. It's other industrial area growth. It's other, whatever your staffing needs are, holistically, not just in Sherwood West.
Do we currently actually have what we need? Or are we short on what we need?
Gotcha. Makes sense. Thank you. That makes sense. Okay, so we'll look, maybe if that's all right, then we'll kind of change that deliverable a bit to look at what are law enforcement's needs for existing services, as well as looking out over the next 5-year period and maybe even potentially build out. Are you all right with that?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for clarifying. That's great. Anything else, Chief and Craig, with regard to public safety that you really want to make sure we chat through today?
I think I'm good. I think we're gonna have one session here in the next month and a half to talk about the staffing. And then that'll be tied in vehicle, that'll be tied in a bunch of stuff. With that, and then maybe not the facility part, but a rough estimate of that. And then I think after that, we'll come back and talk about the public safety fee for commercial and industrial that we are looking at as well. So I
In
think
all the work sessions we've already identified with 2 sections to go. We're gonna have a very busy agenda for the next 6 months, which is great.
so
These are important conversations.
that's where that's at. It's good with that.
Well, even our regular meetings are like this short, we don't have all the work sessions.
I mean, well, let's do it.
Makes sense. All right. Anything else on that? Okay, so I'm migrating out of public safety a bit into fiscal responsibility where you identified the need to maximize available revenue sources. First identified on that was the federal and state grants. Any quick observations on your success?
We're still working with the federal, we're going back in March, we're gonna probably ask for 3 or 4 projects. We're asking for due dates, the first part of February, so those projects are identified as, the Tannery project for under 800,000, I believe. The Old Town Sewer project, and this will be the 3rd or 4th year, I think we've taken that back. We looked at Oregon Street, breaking it up in a couple different, projects, as well as, Cedar Creek Trail stuff. That's what we talked about. And then, we're fine tuning a police technology package is what we're looking at, for this year, but we'll narrow that down here in the next couple of weeks probably. And then, as you know, we did receive the 9.2 in 2025, as well as we didn't get a 46 million grant for broadband. And we had received 3.2 million for the Brooklyn sanitary sewer line project, which will really help the city out there on the Christmas tree bill. And we've also got a $500,000 watershed grant that you should further. So did I miss anything there on that? What we've been talking about?
No, I think that's right. And just so you know, we spent the last 3 or 4 months working with our federal consultants. And not just looking at, here's a project we want funded and where's the grant money for that? But what were all the grant opportunities? What's the easiest path because of the fungibility of our general fund budget? So we tried to we did a deep dive on making sure we're hitting all the areas where we think would have the most success.
Could I, and you can get this to me later, what is the police technology package?
It's a variety of technology. It's from, Chief, you want to talk a little bit about what we talked about?
Yeah, we're just looking at all our technology, basically from our body worn cameras to our evidence to our DFR program, drone first responders. And trying to package that all together over the next.
It's one of the areas that I came out that that's an easy path for funding. And like if we could fund body worn cameras, then that means that money that we would have paid for that could go somewhere.
And so that's mostly replacement of outboard.
For the most part, not DFR, but for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
Okay.
currently our 5-year contract's like $670,000.
Yeah.
And it's continuing to increase. And I've said this for quite some time, is that technology is outpacing personnel costs at some point. So we need to leverage these opportunities, and DFR is just a great program to jump on board with that. Because it's just the evolving first responder for us to get there. We can talk about that later, but that's all about. Yeah.
So I think a couple other things to add. We've actually looked at IT's needs as well that relates to the police department. I believe there's a server, some stuff related to server and computers and some of those things. So we're trying to package that all together.
Right. Are we? More of a tactical question, but are we moving to cloud versus on-prem servers wherever possible and legally allowed?
Not on premise applications, but we still host those in-house. But the numbers of those are drastically going down because most of our applications are becoming SaaS-based anyway, but the numbers don't pencil to move the infrastructure to the cloud.
That's something you're always evaluating.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's all I need.
That's always good to keep an eye on changes in technology. So regard, I think the next deliverable where we explore current prospective revenue opportunities, sounds like you have some work sessions in play. You've got a good sense of what that scoping is. You're good to go, counsel, on that. And best of luck as you go through a very laborious process there. And next is
To be clear, so
yeah, please.
We're almost there.
I'm throwing.
Does council have an opinion? Are we wanting, do we know enough at this point, or do you know? If we ask the community for dollars, Are we saying May is too soon?
May's too soon, but there's no way we can get the community by May. That's my opinion.
Okay. Is that the collective opinion?
I have the opinion is in theory, we could attempt May and then try again, and if it doesn't work, we can adapt and try again at the following November, but that's just one idea.
If you lose one, it's really hard to come down from that.
And in fact, the people that say no in May, because it's thrown together, or whatever. If we come back in November, it feels like there's a weariness to it, like, oh, they're asking. Like, we're always being asked for more money, right? I think you've got to nail it. That's first time.
I just want people to be weigh in, so.
I know, so I'm weighing in that I feel like if you rush it, that very rush job could potentially sink it if you presented it correctly and community involvement, all, here's what we're using it for. I don't know.
I guess my only counter argument to that is my guess, and it's simply that, is that no matter how much time and money you spend on outreach, 90% of the voters are going to be reading about this stuff the first time when they get their ballot and they're reading through their. So to me, I think we do a lot of work around educating the community that goes to 10% of the community. The other 90% don't even think about it until they get their ballot and they open up their
I
big
really
book.
disagree if I.
It's a guess.
If I looked at the high school levy that just took place in the education that was huge and voters were educated. But that was a huge ground.
How do we know voters are educated? How do we know what percentage of voters were educated?
Yeah.
I heard more discussion on that, and I even heard more people changing their mind on it. Because it went from we're not giving more money to school because they mismanaged it, to, I understand why it was isn't
that anecdotal?
What's that?
Isn't that anecdotal based on?
No, I was just saying, I heard more discussion about that. Same thing with even the library thing, where I heard more discussion outside of this room of people discussing, well, why do we need more money? Like,
was this dozens of people or thousands of people?
I would just say more. I wasn't tallying.
I don't want to belabor the point.
Yeah, but I feel like, yeah, you and me, we're in the business of customer feedback a lot of times, and sometimes it is useless, but.
I'm not saying that.
You get some of those, I know, but you get some of those people who are like influencers or in their.
That's fair.
Their group, they go, oh, I understand it, let me explain it to you guys, and you get another 10 votes, right?
I don't think we have to answer this question today because we're gonna have more work sessions on the needs and then some.
So what,
I just want people to chime in, that it's clear that, so that. And
that's fine.
Yeah.
Because I don't want anybody to complain, or comment, whatever, that because we don't have money to do blah, 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 because we didn't try in May. And if that, I just want, so there consensus by the group, but that's the case, and then, great.
Didn't Ryan say we missed the deadline for May?
No, we haven't.
Okay, all right, that's right. It's February over March.
27th of February.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
how about this?
Wait. Understand, I want everybody to weigh in that's on council.
Yeah, I don't even know what the need is, so it's hard to know what to ask for.
So I'm sensing a consensus will be this, is that from a staff perspective, we'll identify what our specific service needs and costs that are required. What are some of the funding options? At the same time, if it's all right, I'm hearing that if you could lay out some schedules or calendars of what would be needed if there was something that required a public action on that. And then maybe in that, you could also have a conversation at that same time, maybe of what a public communication campaign would look like. That's again, not to presuppose anything, but more along the line of, if there are these options and these options require the public, this is the general approaches that we would do. Is that make sense for you to talk about in future work sessions? Okay, making sure you're good with that.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, this is important. I absolutely understand why you're taking the time on this, so. Okay. Let's see if I've got anything else here. So with regard to business process improvements, we have a few different items in there about exploring improvements or looking at a sustainable model for the library. best practice innovative efforts in financial management and strategies to mitigate inflationary pressure. So do you mind just kind of summarizing in the budget process how you approach that?
So, Brad, do you have anything on the first one? Any your team was involved in more of that?
Yeah, there's a litany of things that we kind of go through each year. I mean, I've got just like 10 of them here that if you wanted to go into my detail, but like we're always looking at using this technology that we have more efficiently. Big one for us was we moved everything into SharePoint this year, so all of our documents are kind of in a little more intelligent document management system, which is paving the way for other things to do. Small business processes, invoice processing, contract tracking, a lot of little things like that. So I can dig into any one of them in depth if you've got questions. So.
In progress.
I was gonna say, we also did, maybe this last 2 years ago, we did an HR system and a financial system too, didn't we?
Last year.
That was last, 2024? Okay, all right.
Yeah, a big one for us this year that we're still working on. We have to start, we haven't started yet, but is moving all of our reporting into Power BI. So financial reporting will be done through that tool. That's a easy win for us. It's a no cost. To get all the reporting out there and move away from OpenGov.
Something else, right on in some of those other.
Migrant levies, they'll know pass. We're working on the progress of the, working on the IGA.
So does that still need to be on here, the
Can we take this
deliverable?
off?
Seems like it's,
Yeah.
unless there's something.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the IGA, which will happen this spring.
I'd say take it off.
That will obviously come before, but there's not much action we can do.
Right.
We can talk about the IGA. That's something for you because they're as much common as possible. I agree.
I don't have anything else, besides what's in the comments.
So you can see in the comments some best practices that were identified and worked through your IT director, your finance director as well. And then some other of the strategies that you had included in there. Any questions on those? Seems like there's progress you're looking for. When it gets to your aspects of identifying, so nothing budgeted right now for OpenGov at this point and letting that kind of go through, which means you then go look at your technological enhancements, innovation, and looking, of course, at exploring different AI generated opportunities, including software options and programs. Anything else there that you'd like to mention, Brad?
Yeah, we've got a couple different AI projects in way. So some of you may have seen, maybe that we launched our AI agent on the website now. So it'll produce kind of natural language responses, ready to detect permit, such a thing. So that's scanning city information on the website as well as PDFs. We're demoing Copilot across the management team.
Sorry, what's the agent doing on the website?
More intelligence search engine, essentially. Yeah, it's just searching our website for information that's there, but instead of giving you a link to the document, it's telling you what's in the
Answers the
document.
question. Sorry.
So yeah, but we hope to have the mobile app launched here probably, we think in February. So we're really getting really close to getting that ready to go.
I just add a couple other items to that. We've done some stuff with Urban SDK for GIS and planning software for traffic this year. So we've added that, as well as we went to a draft one with the part of Axon, the police department, for report writing for our officers, which is saving time in their.
More time on the.
So they can actually be in the streets. So I think when Brad was talking about the part on the website, there's another part when we get into communication we'd like to be looking at. We've looked at probably, I don't know how many AI, different variety, but it costs money, right? It's not free. So I think we need to actually weigh the cost against what our operational needs are on a lot of stuff. And I think there's certain things that are really good out there and then certain things that we just need to move past. And actually Brad is working on a project right now that's going to get us to a point that we can actually use AI for some of this stuff of being able to pull information from our different systems. So I think that's you probably got a better term for it than I do, Brad.
Well, then, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, then I just want to offer some kudos.
It's centralizing some of our data so that we make it a little easier for us to run AI, voice AI response or textual based AI response. working on a really great agenda management program that I'm really excited about. I actually demoed a little bit with Craig the other day, so, some of it's built in-house, some of it is, specific products we're purchasing, but, a lot of work has been gone into AI and, we've got a policy now and a strategy guide that goes with it, so, we just have to be real careful about the data that it touches. We deal with a lot of sensitive information, including, teaches information, so making sure we don't jump too fast and miss something. So.
Yeah, Brian's got to do some of the agenda management. It'd be nice to eventually get something like City of Lincoln City's got a really good system. They use a software, but Brad and them are working on some stuff that will get us there. So I think it's just a matter of time till we're able to use some of these tools. So.
And I just want to give big kudos to Craig and the team because you've been rolling through lots of vendors, not necessarily because you're evaluating buying them, just to learn what the capabilities and the potential is. That industry's moving so fast right now. And so kudos that you guys are reaching out, learning and doing all that stuff. Yeah. Done a lot of work building to it, so
Awesome.
Okay, so some conversation real quick is within citizen engagement, and your council in the past had identified the importance of improving on effective communication and citizen engagement, and some of those were through the Citizens Academy, as well as looking at branding, communication, marketing strategies. Any quick observations, staff, on that and feedback from the council?
Just say from the staff side, Citizen Academy can be removed. Council's doing the best since it's been started.
How many attendees did we have?
So I think we initially had 16 or 17 registered. 9 show up the first time, and then it drops even more, and we ended up 7 graduating.
I think you had 9.
So I think one of the things we want to do is reevaluate it once again. And say, are there some better tools that we can use and have like an online learning platform?
Thank you.
Yeah, or where you're like.
Did we record it?
What's that?
Did we record the sessions?
No, but intentionally, they weren't set up. I think if we can put together some videos, some online learning platforms. Have a little bit more condensed, have the materials, but have it more condensed. So that you could record it and then you can learn about Parks and Rec or the Parks Board or. The library or whatever it is you're looking to learn about, yes.
I was going, I'll let you finish. I'm making it aware I want to have something to say about this.
So that's our thought is. We're glad we did it. It brought all the information back, but. At times there was as many staff as there was participants. Those who were there really enjoyed it. We got great feedback, but it's a lot. And I don't feel like it was our marketing or advertising because we got to where we wanted to numbers wise. It's just, they didn't follow through.
As I've said for the last 5 years, I think bringing this back in person was the wrong approach, which I think has been burnt out. In 2026 now and beyond, I think it's not worth the staff time involved. I would be in favor, if we do anything, I would be in favor of coming up with some sort of web-based things that we can put out there and then they just live there perpetually and people can enroll in them whenever they want.
And it was a challenge on synchronous learning. Yes.
Yes. And I also don't think it's a high priority right now.
Agreed. I'm happy not having.
I mean, I'm glad we did it again. Glad we found out what we found out. It was way better attended 10 years ago.
The world's changed.
And I will say that one did dwindle too. By the end, we had under 10 people. So.
And it could be something that, I don't know, you structure it so you don't. Where you do some online official kind of plans, like, all right, people in theory, sign up, you watch, encourage them to watch, 1 week after, and then there's a half-hour Zoom call where you can collectively ask questions about the thing you just viewed. I don't know.
It could be also a series of short videos, 5 to 10 minutes each on particular. That's how the world consumes information these days.
Sure. The other thing that I think we did learn through this is there's going to be some of that information that we can use with Youth Advisory Board. They're very interested in learning more about how our government works. And so last week when we met, the mayor came and spoke to them and they loved that. They loved having a half an hour sit down. So we talked about how can we have invite different departments. They want to come to the PD next. I haven't talked to Ty about it yet. But they want to come here. They want to do the tour. They want to learn more about the PD. So it may be that this is, a way that we utilize parts of that program with the youth advisory.
But that's only helping the 7 people on youth advisory.
Correct.
I think what we need to do is figure out how we segue that into that. Maybe it's youth advisory board themselves that turn these into 5 to 10 minute short videos that can then be leveraged by the entire community.
Yeah, and my point was not that it's in place, but just that it actually set us up really well.
Exactly.
Another opportunity is to turn it into more of a community-wide, not simply worrying about the city, but organizations and different components of the city. So it becomes more of a leadership, broader opportunity.
I think it can be almost crowdsourced to a degree, right? If we get, sorry, but it's okay.
Just kind of going back to what our goals were for that, obviously educating the community and what the city does for them and all the different departments. Just a reminder as we're thinking about it, it was also just an incredible recruitment tool. We'll get people interested in serving on our boards and commission, and we have a lot of high quality people working out of that program. And I'm not saying do it like the way you're doing it today, but just remember that goal too.
That's exactly right. Is that a lot of these training academies like that are meant to be a pathway for those that are interested in civic service in the future or just getting into it.
And for citizens engagement, we've looked at that for, like Tigard, for example, has some great videos to recruit board and commission members. And this is how you can learn about the boards. And so there's some different
other methods.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think to dovetail on that, as Lydia just whispered in my ear, maybe the deliverable should be developing strategies to recruit boards and commission members, right? And this could be one tool in the toolbox on this.
Very good suggestion.
To educate community and
Recruit. Let's get to, so as I go forward, let me ask you, Craig, so develop and implement branding, communication, marketing strategies, insights, observations, interest in getting feedback on.
It'd be nice to get a little feedback ahead of the work against 1:00. If we're gonna have a work session, we can do a work session on this, and Sarah, I was gonna have Sarah talk about a couple things with you guys today. You can do it today if you'd like, it just depends.
Let's keep going. I'm good.
I'd like to hear.
All right.
I mean, you had to leave at 1, but.
I've got till 6:00 tonight.
I just want to be mindful of everybody's time.
So, with this deliverable in mind, what I did was I talked with some different companies that focus on rebranding cities. And so I learned some of their strategies, got some ideas of their price points, and then thought about how we might want to execute that in Sherwood. But before I went too far with any research, I just really wanted to come back and talk to you guys and see what you would like to see. And one firm that Eric and I actually met with brought up 2 high-level questions that keep sticking with me when we're looking at this. And the first one is, what is the problem we're trying to solve? And then the second one is, what are we hoping to accomplish? So they brought up a really good point, just to not get too tunnel visioned on maybe one certain aspect of branding that we could change, but kind of look back at the bigger picture. So those were 2 questions that, again, I want to be respectful of everyone's time, so I'm going to keep everything kind of brief, but if you guys have questions, just jump in. But I want to learn, what the answers, what you guys feel about those questions so we can develop a strategy. And I met with 3 firms. I'm sure there are a lot more people I could talk to, but out of those 3, there were really 2 different approaches that came up and a lot of overlapping ways to start the process. One strategy is a phased approach, and Craig kind of touched on that in the beginning. And I like to think of it as kind of like an à la carte approach, like not necessarily a full city rebranding overhaul, but we look at specific deliverables that we can change in the city. And that could include just focusing on our internal communications, templates, talking with the community, doing some surveying, seeing how they want to be communicated with. Just kind of cleaning everything up within the organization first. So that would be one option. The second option is just kind of the branding overhaul. And that is like around a 7 to 9 month process. There is obviously like a higher cost involved in that too. But that would be the other route that we could go. And it doesn't mean we have to do one or the other. We could do both. We could do one now, one later. And just keeping again those questions in mind. What are we trying to accomplish? What are the problems we're going to solve? And maybe we have certain ones right now and then certain ones a few years down the road.
If I may, and thank you very much on that. I very much want you to speak. I just want to make sure, as you think through it, when we say, or when you heard about what is the problem you want to solve, examples, as I understand it, and then I want to hear what you think, but some of that came to mind would be raising public awareness. It could be increasing public buy-in. It could be just building trust. And it could be economic development, meaning that's why you go about branding. It could be community identity. I'm giving you just ideas that I would love for you all to react to what I'm missing there. So there's a few people, I think Mayor had first and then
Mayor's last.
okay, I'm just making.
Mayor can go first.
So Mayor, Councilor Scott, Councilor Young? Yep. Okay.
Well, I listened for you, no, I love the question, what's the problem we're trying to solve? And maybe suggest we focus on branding and because when I hear branding, I hear logos and letterhead and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's important. But that's just a piece of a program that says, the way I look at it is, how do we engage our constituents in a way that's compatible with their busy lifestyles? Right? I think it's unfair to expect people, if you don't come to a meeting, you don't get input. I mean, that kind of old school mentality, like, how do we use all these different mechanisms, social media, whatever, to engage with our community on important subjects, educate them, events coming up, land use decisions, whatever those things are, what's that tool set we need to do that in a way that some, family that they're both working and they got kids in 3 different sports programs, and they're running around. How do we fix that? How do we engage with that one? That's very high level, but I think it kind of frames how I think about it.
I agree with everything the mayor said, and I'm looking at a couple of primary problems here. I think that's one of them. Engaging, we need to understand how people want to be engaged with, and then we can actually put that plan together and do that. I think the second part of that to me is we have to, and this is one of the reasons I believe we created Sarah's position and she's now filling it, is we have always been very siloed and fragmented in how we communicate with the community, right? It's done department by department. Everybody does it differently. It looks different. It feels different. It acts different. So to me, solving that is the second problem. And I see that 2 ways. I think the branding is absolutely critical here. And this is where I would say, and this is starting my 8th year on council. At the very first one of these I attended, we talked about new branding. And we have made 0 progress in 7 years. I'm frustrated. So to me, let's do the branding, right? And I don't think that needs to be a 9-month project, right? I think you get a logo, you get colors, you get fonts, and I'm oversimplifying, right? But you can do a branding package with all these things. And then how you implement that can take years, right? You can do all the external stuff first, then you can worry about internal. It can happen piecemeal over time. And you got to have the toolkit that everyone can then on their own time frame and on their own schedules implement. And so to me, let's create a holistic brand, a look and feel. When somebody sees something, they know that's from the city of Sherwood, no matter who they're getting it from. And then we can implement that first with our external communications with the community and then internally or with other vendors, however long it takes. So I'm adamantly, strongly wanting to get a logo and the branding piece done this year. And I don't think that needs to be a 7 to 9 month project to do that piece of it. Follow-on activities obviously will take very much longer.
Agree with all that. Problems that we're trying to solve, like the mayor said, how best to communicate with our community and how best to communicate internally. I don't know the struggles that you guys as staff have internally. From coming to city council, I've seen a lot of presentations lately that are utilizing the same setup, the same, we know this is a presentation from City of Sherwood because it looks like this. But the communication to the community, gotta figure out the best way that people can get that information. But I have City of Tigard in my feed and I see all their stuff and they do amazing and their look, it's Tigard, it's, so just, yeah.
So really, making sure that there is coordination, templates, collaboration, anything that is put out. Items like logo, brand, the look, all it needs to be, there needs to be a level of consistency that you see internally throughout the city.
But I would add to that one, the location, right, is Doug just pointed out, sometimes things are on Facebook, sometimes it's a newspaper that, like it kind of depends on, I can't tell somebody, go here, here's a card, it's on the back of all our business cards that has, if you want to know what's going on in the city of Sherwood, you go here. And it's always there, right? And it's the social media, everything all hooked in. I would say the problem I'm trying to solve, the logo looks like it's from the 90s because it is. It is 6 colors, so it's expensive. Every time we have to embroider it, or every time we have to print it, it doesn't look great in black and white. Like all these things. And how many cities our size have an iconic piece of architecture now that is going to forever be associated with Sherwood in the bridge that is, that we can now take advantage of as, and I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. That's all I ever hear about the bridge. I mean, some people complain about the cost, but everybody, even those people say it's beautiful.
It's iconic.
It's iconic and I mean, it is, and I know this is overstating it, but it's like our city size Eiffel Tower. Right? I mean, and so part of me is saying I have to capture on that. And I've heard people since I joined, hey, we're going to be the gateway to wine country. Well, great. Maybe we're the gateway to wine country. Maybe we're the gateway to Silicon Forest. Maybe we're the gateway to nature. Whatever it is, we can bounce around on that idea and it could be a part
We
of
have a gate now. The gate is there. Whatever behind it you want, but the gate is clear.
Yeah, bridge to wine, bridge to, or whatever it is, but we've got this moment, we've got a new website, we're in the moment right now. Brand something that can be flexible and anyway, that's.
We claim we're modern and forward looking, but we're running with a look that looks the opposite of that.
And I want to slap it on stuff, when these guys are going out to high-tech companies, I need them to go out with a more updated logo than what we've got currently.
That is way too much energy for a Saturday, but
I'm modeling it up all week.
7 years, I haven't done this for 7.
So the last one and we don't have time.
Yes. And the reason why it takes 7 to 9 months, if we truly want to be an engaged city with our community, we would want to take some of this information to the community to get their buy-in on what the logo, what the branding, what the strategy is going to look going forward. We could do it ancillary. It could be the staff, it could be council that projects into it. But if we truly want to get to this pillar of citizen engagement, it is a process.
I think there's 2 things here.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
We have a few votes. So
just real quickly,
I know.
yes, and. I just don't want us to lose sight that branding. When we look at branding, we have to have that wider perspective of what we're trying to achieve and what our goals are, what engagement are. I just.
To me, they're two, the branding is one deliverance.
Yeah.
Let's go get that. And then that becomes part of your citizen engagement package, which I realize is more complex and will take longer. We don't want to start that with old, shitty, outdated branding.
I don't disagree.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's why the process is longer, because you want.
The branding, but we're trying to boil the ocean.
Yeah.
Go out and get this branding done, and then work on the
by the
other
way,
way. I've been delaying a logo because we're trying to do the entire thing in one fell massive project.
And frankly, design, I am not at all, I don't think that logo was designed by, a small group. That feels like a corporate, hey, we're gonna throw this by the, everything, blah, blah, blah.
Community contest. Design our new logo. Here's the parameters.
We need the artistic people to design.
No,
Yeah.
just enjoying the whole conversation.
Anyway, I can't, I don't want a
There's a
logo like
creative people out there.
necessarily. I want a logo.
Get a free logo.
I know, I want a logo by artists, not a
Okay.
logo by.
Okay, so-
I'm gonna bring it in.
Bring it in.
Thank you.
Okay, bring it in.
Level two, I think what would be helpful, if I may, so thank you. Actually, this is important that we have this kind of conversation. I needed to have that openness. You saw some real strong opinions and some great direction. I think if it makes sense to me, you tell me, would be maybe one-on-one, get further information, what is kind of the expectation and the timing elements of it, so that we know then, as you do lay out a game plan, what is possible and viable within that.
So I knew when I said the word logo, I knew that was gonna, spark a lot of passion. But I do think that, like Craig had said, and Kristen, we should have a work session to speak
Yes.
further to this. And it's interesting because before I started talking with any of the companies, I was really logo focused. And I'm not saying I don't think we should change the logo with the whole rebranding, but what I found with talking with these firms is just not to get too focused on the logo refresh change will come with a branding update, but just to focus more on kind of bigger picture things. Like Renee had said, the process that they go through does take a while because you do get a lot of stakeholder engagement and community sentiment. Even one firm I thought it was interesting. They also talked to surrounding areas and see, well, what do you think about Sherwood? And just
Avoiding the fire.
yeah, get a lot of opinions, but basically, you want a look that represents more of where we're at now, where we're going, the vision we see. And that's what, kind of defining our DNA as a city, telling our story. That's what a branding overhaul could do. Yes.
Do we have something budgeted for this in this 2-year budget?
50,000.
So over the biennial, we have 30 and 40. So one-time expense for this project.
And what I'm finding too, because I'm a numbers person, I like to get prices, we can definitely work with that number. That's a good number to get, I think, what we want to get accomplished. So
I think we need this work session to define what we need accomplished, because I don't think we're in agreement.
Yeah.
But I don't want to belabor it anymore here,
Yeah.
but
I think that would be a great idea to get something on the schedule soon
tactically test.
to align.
I think that's right. There still needs to be, there's some difference of opinion on a whole or strategically on how to
Yeah.
approach this.
Tactics.
Yeah, maybe. I actually think a little different, but I hear you loud and clear. And that conversation needs to happen. So I think that's very important that you have that opportunity to really convey exactly how you're wanting to approach that and what those tactics are.
And
Then
also,
that works. Okay, sir.
yeah, I was just gonna say also prior to the work session that we have, I don't know when we're gonna plan on squeezing that in, the calendar, but I would love to know, any additional specific questions you guys might have that you want me to reach back out to these firms with, if there's any, anything maybe I didn't get when I initially met with them. I just love to know anything else you guys are looking for, so I can have all of that ready.
So Sarah, I think, I'm sorry.
So we won't know what you got from them. So is there a synopsis of what they try to you? That might help guide us with more
We
questions.
might have the work session first.
Okay, yeah, sorry,
Okay.
yeah, Stillwater, so that might be first.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For first successful work session, I think, what we'll do is just have you come in the one-on-ones. Probably meet with
Okay,
everybody.
yeah, that's a good
And
idea.
get everybody's thoughts and then we can kind of see how's that
Okay,
possible.
yeah. It's been a really interesting topic though to research. I've really enjoyed, talking with these firms and seeing what they've been able to do for other cities. So I think it'll be fun conversations to have with you guys.
Exciting. I like.
Yeah, it's
really
exciting.
Think this was gonna happen this year or starting anyway.
Or definitely.
If we don't have a new logo before the end of the year, we have utterly failed.
I'm hearing time is of the essence, is what I'm absolutely hearing. Is that we don't need to make this.
Joking. That's so easy. We're making this way too
I've been fine doing a community thing and saying, hey, we have fantastic designers all in this area. We'll buy you lunch.
I know there's a lot more than the logo, but the logo itself should be easy.
What I'm gonna recommend is you have those one-on-one conversations, because there are different ways that you can approach this. And I'm hearing loud and clear, time is of the essence, and look for low-hanging fruit as well, so that there can be things that can be real progress instead of waiting for something that's broad and then we're back here again next year. That's what I think we're hearing.
Awesome.
Wonderful. Thank you all. I will.
I know. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll figure it out.
I'm gonna quickly add two last items that, if I may, so Craig would like to put up on the review. With regard to, the organizational lens of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, any quick observations on? Sorry.
So we talked about this one, and this one honestly is still a little bit of a challenge to report back on. And part of it is everything that we do, all of our events that we plan, we make inclusive as much as possible. It's different than when you have a standard, like Parks and Recreation Department, you have the PPIs or something, a standard that you're trying to reach towards or get to. So really, this is an ongoing something that we consider every time we're planning and doing something. I don't know if we want to keep it on the list. Like, this is another one that every year we're like, okay, let's tweak it a little bit. Let's tweak it a little bit so that we're making a statement that it's important. But I feel like it's just become part of our daily operations.
As it should. That's my whole point on this. Have we identified something we're not doing right? And if all of our programs and all of our classes and all of our events are open and accessible to everybody, I think
It's part of ongoing
it's just
operations.
ongoing operations.
Ongoing operations.
Does it help us? So I guess if we were to develop an official policy, does it help us get grants or does it help it, What's that? No, right. All right now, okay, you're right, but.
Unfortunately, I mean.
Yeah, no, okay, all right, that's fine. I accept. Yeah.
But you all done a wonderful job, but really those elements and investments help to ensure that your culture is one that just has that as part of your Southern.
If there's specific policies or changes that need to be made, let's put it in as a deliverable. If it's just part of this is the way we do business, we always make sure we consider this lens. Great.
Yeah, it's always about if we can identify something we aren't doing right,
Let's fix it.
how do we fix that? But nobody has ever brought any of
That's
that.
part of our regular assessment, at the library, at the art center, at the senior center for our programs. That's something that we're always asking them.
So it did come up in the SWOT analysis for the age-friendly city Sherwood about seating at park events and the ability to get to certain parks as somebody who has ADA issues that specifically called out. My suggestion would be, would keep it there as something to reflect on each time we come to our pillars. There might not be a deliverable underneath it at this point in time, but that was specifically addressed at the last senior advisory.
Seating at park events, like music of green.
Specifically for seniors who had ADA issues.
That is a deliverable.
And well, Kim, what about our meeting with the park people, right? About, hey, can we get a section of a park that is ADA?
The inclusive.
Yeah, it's already in our parks master.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
The other one that came up was more public restrooms. I don't know if that's necessarily part of that, but
I think some of this can fall into the age-friendly If we
It
make
could.
that a goal, then we can address some of those issues under that.
Those under.
I mean, I know, for example, at Music on the Green, we have, the gators. If somebody needs assistance in transportation and they can get to the gator, we'll take them down. I mean, besides
We could
obviously
roll off
having
an area.
accessible paths, like we've done stuff like that, just letting us know and communicating and planning for it. But maybe it falls under age friendly. Work.
But to Taylor's point, I guess with the separate from age friendly is those who are wanting our parks more accessible or needing our parks more accessible. But
But so the deliverable will be like, hey, give us something by the end of the year that is, we're gonna at, you know, Snyder Park, we're gonna make this area. The surface,
oh, that's a budget issue.
Right, or, but it could be a recommendation, or it could be, again, I get it in the budget for next time, or, you know what I mean? Like, that could be the deliverable of, here's how we're gonna baby step this.
The deliverable maybe could be have our parks board identify
And make a recommendation, so.
Yeah,
changes to a existing park or, but not a promise to do anything when because we don't have the.
Opportunities for inclusivity in your park system.
Or have our boards and commissions identify
Just interesting.
areas that could be adjusted to be more just.
We did the
Yeah.
large
Yeah.
study and we did a whole bunch of community surveys and general spot for that, the ADA and accessibility study last year.
Okay.
What we really need to do is take what Renee's got there and combine it with our ADA report and see how stuff matches up. And I do think there's some work that the boards and commissions can take.
So maybe staff can come back with some recommended deliverables we can add to this.
Ramps and stuff that was programs and access and to accessibility to.
I think that's good.
To our spaces.
Yeah, to events and
Including parks.
services. Yeah,
All our facilities, parks and then sidewalks.
yeah, and we had a lot of responses, but
right, but I guess what I would say is, I would love it if we could say by this time next year, you know, we have a plan to baby step it, but instead of just, yes, we need more accessibility, it's like, we are doing this at Pinehurst Park, or what, you know, we're putting this,
Out the wood
we're
chips.
putting this surface in for this 20 square feet. You know what I mean? So we've done something, it's not just, well, as part of our policy that it is ADA.
I think the deliverables we can have right now, when staff can come up with them, is maybe 2 or 3 that are. Maybe we say, okay, the deliverable is the Parks Board will identify the top 3 priorities and the Seniors Board will identify their top 3 priorities, and then by the end of the year, we'll have those priorities in place.
And we'll be in a budget cycle, we'll see.
Then we can, you know.
Not to open a can of worms or go down a rabbit hole, but also recognize that DEIAA isn't simply about the accessibility piece. It's about other factors of our community of making sure that we're creating an inclusive environment.
Sure. And then regarding youth advisory boards, good progress in
youth advisory board has been formed, and so we can take that off the list ongoing. They're doing fantastic.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Great for the kids.
Okay, anything else that within the pillars that we had talked about that we are missing or that we think that we really need to prevent, or that you need to know what is going to be the way we're going to be discussing this in the future, work sessions?
I have something. Within this community engagement, talking with the library board, the last 2 years at their joint meeting, we talked about having additional joint board meetings, whether it's just 2 board meeting or 3 or whatever. I don't think that those are happening as much as we as a council are hoping that they do. And so if including the deliverable for joint board meetings, is that something that is worthwhile to like have as a goal, whether we reach it or not, but just like, I gotta say it because, and the meeting could even be about citizen engagement, like how the 2 boards could work together for that. So it seems like an easy into starting those joint meetings if we're really wanting that.
You're talking about each committee.
Like library and traffic safety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I love that. It speaks to a bigger, like when I first got on council, there was this culture where liaisons would go to council and you weren't allowed to say anything or give input. And there was like no,
Which isn't accurate. That's not what it said in our.
I know, but that was kind of the culture.
Yes, it was.
And there was no back and forth. And I think we've made some strides, but I think we need to continue because we talked about it earlier. It's like getting good input to those committees. It's like giving them assignments, for lack of a better term, and then hearing what they have to say. So.
But you're saying not library and city council, you're saying joint with board.
It feels like
I
the
feel like the
park
board
and the
is saying-
senior having a meeting where they're discussing how do our parks work for seniors.
Do they need council permission to do that, or can't the two boards say, I think we need to be?
I did, yeah, Parks Board, we've invited members.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We absolutely can, but if we have it as a goal, then it encourages them to actually do through the year.
Yeah.
I'm with
Like,
that.
the library is kind of a hub of the city, and so if they were able to meet with each board individually throughout the year as like a citizen engagement type of like to collaborate, it could only be beneficial to the city. And by putting it as a goal, it just like reinforces that that's what we as a council are wanting to see happen.
Like encourage and support boards and conditions to meet
Yes,
with each other.
and then provide some direction for what that would look like for them, so that it's not like why we need together.
I don't think we want to necessarily have boards meet that have no reason to, or that
Sure.
don't have it, like, but I think it's more of, you should feel free and encouraged and blessed to have a joint meeting if and when it makes sense anytime you want.
It would be as simple as instead of having one or two joint council and board meetings, we were more intentional about having them more often. Does that get too
Well,
much?
I think there's two different things here. There's council and board joint meetings and there's board and board joint meetings. And I think we could improve both. To your point, I think we should try to make it a goal this year to have a joint session with every one of our boards
Separately.
one time per year, right? Like,
Getting that is if we did that, then maybe then through the course of the conversation, it would not
Would
lend
identify those
itself
needs,
to the board to board. Collaboration.
And if we do make it a goal, then that means that when Craig's having his staff meetings, he can ask the staff, is there an opportunity for collab here between the boards that you guys are on? You know what I mean? Like it'll be a part of top of mind instead of, oh, we've always got our stuff that we've got to handle. Instead, when Park says, well, we don't have anything to discuss in December or January or whatever it was, then you could say, well, is that a good meeting to have the seniors in, right? Because it's top of mind. I don't know, maybe that might be a reason to make it a goal of saying, we'd like to have some cross pollination. I don't know.
If you're all right with that, I did put down then kind of board cross engagement and council interaction as well. So kind of recognizing the two elements of that and getting that incorporated in as a deliverable works. Okay, so real quick, what will happen? Next steps for us is I'll coordinate with Craig and Kristen, make sure that we have all of these different pieces right. We will craft what we think might be some proposed language for these new deliverables, place them in the right spots. There will likely be some areas that we specifically missed. And then Steph will get that out to you to kind of get your reaction on, make sure that you're comfortable with that before you have any action on that going forward. Does that sound right on that piece? Okay. One thing, before I pass it over to the mayor, just a quick reminder is kind of what we had mentioned is competing values and sticky situations, which require a lot of different time. It is so hard to do this kind of work. I really appreciate that you all kind of brought forward what you really felt was important, the priorities to it, how you go about it, the different views, because we just don't get enough time to have that kind of open conversation. So thank you very much for allowing that and allowing for your staff to also hear and get reaction, hear your reaction to what they put forward. I think that is so important that you are aligned in all of that as you go forward. That is what makes Sherwood special. I will tell you that. So with that, I'll pass it over to the mayor.
So how about a round of applause for Jeff and it's a lot of cats on service. Not easy today. Yeah. I'm gonna take the next 30 minutes.
All right, Sam, we're ready.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, and I say this, I'm gonna get this very much for a second. We have an amazing council. All of you are passionate. All of you have ideas. You want to talk about it. The staff is amazing. And we get a lot of great work done in this community. I look at my fellow mayors and the councils they deal with. Look what's going on in Portland right now. There's other councils that do nothing and they leave it all up to the city manager to get the work done. So I just thank you. Let's keep doing this. I really appreciate it. The staff appreciates it, I hope. And we appreciate the staff. So thank you, everybody. Another good year. I'm sorry.
Thanks. I'm just curious, on the reporting structure, is this good enough to use as we move forward, with the little graph and is that? Is it clean? I just want to make sure if we're sending it out, it's worthwhile versus having, what we reuse as the
Visual as goals.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it's useful for you.
You don't want dense paragraphs or like 5 pages long?
Prefer bullet points.
Bullet points. All right, so does someone have to say adjourn? We're adjourned.
It's such a good experience.
Yeah, that's.
I was like. I love it such a lot. I'm gonna use that.
Really.
I'm gonna go home and be like.
Yeah, no,